European Innovation Council's Info Day on the work program 2023. If I can get the next slide, I will just give you a few points on the agenda and housekeeping. So we will have 6 points on the agenda. So first we will have the welcome and introduction from Stefan Owaki, Keith and Andras, Keith Sakaira and Andras Inotai. We will then pass to the EIC Pathfinder with Timo and Martin.
This meeting
and we
is
will
being
pass
recorded.
after that to the EIC Transition with Fiorel and Marco Giorgini. We will have a lunch break, and after that, in the afternoon, we will have the EIC Accelerator with Cornelius, and the Business Acceleration Services with Agnieszka Staziakowska. Closing the session, we will have a session topic on Access2EIC from Valentina Fioroni, and the closure also, I believe, from Stefan Owaki. So if I could have the next slide, please. You can join the conversation with the Slido. The hashtag is EIC Work WP 23, so Work Program 23, and you can already post your questions there, as we will pass them on to the panelists for the Q&A session. I think that is it. I will ask the people inside the room to keep the microphones muted and the cameras off if not speaking. We would have Jean-David come in at this time, but he had an unforeseen event that he could not come out of, and so we will pass on to Stefan Owaki for the 2022 main achievements. Stefan, thank you.
Yes, good morning. I hope that you can hear me well. I'm filling in for Jean-David, who is unfortunately unable to make this start of the presentation. So the EIC remains, of course, Europe's most ambitious innovation initiative. We have a budget of about 10 billion over the period 21-27, and we are unique in the sense that we are a one-stop shop combining research and accelerator support for SMEs, startup, and scale up. We are also with the capacity to become the largest deep tech innovator in Europe in terms of investment. Over 3 billion will be channeled in the EIC fund, which is the investment arm of the EIC. And we will continue to enhance the European innovation ecosystems, in particular with partnership with the European Research Council, the EIT, the regions, and so on. So we proceed through annual work programs that are separate from the Horizon Europe main work program. These annual work programs, 2 of them have been already adopted and implemented. The first work program for the year 2021 was adopted in March with 1.5 billion funding allocated. The second work program for the year 2022 was adopted the 7th of February of this year with 1.7 billion euros adopted. And the third work program that will be presented in the course of the day, in particular with the latest changes that were introduced in this work program, was adopted the 7th of December 2022, and it represents 1.7 billion euros of funding. So the EIC is 3 funding instruments. The Pathfinder, which is for consortia, aims at early stage research on breakthrough technologies, low TRLs 1 to 4. And there is a mistake here. It's grants up to 3 to 4 million euros and not 0.75 as it is indicated. Then with the second funding instrument that comes after Pathfinder is from consortia and single researchers and companies, so a mix of the potential applicants here. It aims at higher TRLs, 3 to 6, and it's supposed to take projects from the proof of concept to validation, and applicants can claim up to 2.5 million grant. And finally, the Accelerator, which is reserved for mono beneficiaries, individual companies, startup and SMEs, and in certain cases, small mid-caps. Here we are in development and scale-up phase, TRL 6 to 9. The main offer is a blended finance, which is a combination of grants up to 2.5 million euro and equity up to 15 million euro. So the highlight of 2022 in the context of the Pathfinder, there will be a selection of the first step of portfolios to be actively managed. There was the selection of the first step of portfolios to be actively managed by EIC program managers. Great promise of the EIC to use the program managers that we have now working alongside us in the European Innovation Council to constitute portfolios on key technologies, which finally was implemented for the first time in 2022. In transition, we moved to the continuous calls or regular cutoff every 6 months. Accelerator, we had a continuous high level of demand, about 1,000 full application received for each cutoff. And we proceeded with major improvement in the time to grant towards the 5 months main KPI that we have in order to bring the money to the beneficiaries as quickly as possible. This, of course, came with the initial delays that we experienced in 2021, largely because of the restructuring of the governance of the EIC fund. And then the EIC fund restarted finally its operations after, I would say, a long delay in the implementation in the change in the governance of the fund. And a large number of decisions were taken by the EIC fund since October. We aim at covering about 80% of all the companies selected in 2021 by Christmas with an investment decision, and a number of them led already to investment agreements with some of the beneficiaries. We hope that the backlog, in particular with the companies selected in 2022, will be cleared by the beginning of the year 2022, by the end of the first quarter. So now if we look at the implementation of the EIC Pathfinder, if we look at Pathfinder Open, you can see from the figures here, we had a rather stable number of proposals submitted, a bit less than 900. We had about 59 projects selected in 21 and 57 in 22 for a funding that has been broadly stable as well, 174 million in 21 to 183 million in 22. On challenges, the evaluation 21, 433 proposals submitted, 42 were selected for 142 million euros in funding. The evaluation is ongoing on the challenges call for the year 2022, where we have about 350 million budget, so a quite significant increase in comparison to what we had in 2021. Now, if we look at transition, in 2021, 173 proposals submitted for open and 57 for challenges. In 22, this has dropped off a bit, 129 for open and 15 proposals for challenges. And about 45 proposals were selected in 2021 for about 100 million of funding. About 20 were selected in 22 for about also 100 million of funding. So more impact per proposal in the context of the EIC transition. And then if we move to the EIC Accelerator in 2021, we received a very large number of small, short, what we call short application, which is the first step. That led to 1,900 full application for the June and October cutoffs, and 300, a bit above more, 300 companies were selected for interviews, and out of that, 164 companies were selected for 350 million grant funding and 642 million of equity funding. If we look at 2022, the figures have been a bit less in terms of companies selected. We had 330 million grant funding and 448 million equity funding for 149 companies selected. And of course, here what we experience is that the number of short applications dropped off by about half, but that's normal since the short applications have a year to actually move to the full application. And there you will see that, of course, many more full application came in the context of the 2022 calls, the 3 calls we had. And we selected many more of these applications for interview 538 that were discussed during the interview, the jury phase. We continued the dialogue with the EIC board that has the strategic role of applying and accompanying the implementation of the program. The board met 5 times in plenary meetings in the year 2022. The 6th meeting just took place actually last week. They set for us strategic goals and KPIs that are there incorporated in the work program. They have published a number of statements, not least on the EIC fund and the restructuring of its governance. They have also approved also on the implementation of the 2022 work program, and they have provided inputs to the various works of the European Parliament. They have also, of course, reviewed the 2023 work program, including on challenges and new actions, and they have ensured for us presence at major events and organization of, for example, of events such as joint workshop with the ERC on energy storage. And then finally, we have now the full set of EIC program managers. You see them all on screen right now with the arrival of Karina, Samira, and Isabel to complete the team, as well as Ivan, Franz, and Stella earlier this year. The team now is full and operational and contributing to all the funding instruments, in particular, of course, the Pathfinder and Transition, but also involved in the Accelerator projects. And then we have just published a new impact report for the year 2022. This impact report in particular has covered the results of the years 2014 to 2021, taking into consideration also the results of the SME instrument at the beginning of the financial period, the last financial period. It has also considered the results of the Pathfinder and of course of its predecessor, FET. And we have looked in particular at the number of innovations identified under the Pathfinder, 1,300 innovations, and looked at the portfolio analysis in 7 key areas. We have also looked at the consequences of crowding in investment and identify about 10 billion of follow-on funding towards the companies that were selected for support over this period of time, 14-21. We have looked, of course, at the trends towards a larger deal size and increased portfolio valuation for companies, with an increased role also of corporates and corporate VCs involved in 27% of the deal by number. Now, the launch of the EIC 2023 work program, the adoption was on the 7th of December. Publication of the first call was immediately after that, the 8th of December. The info day is, of course, today, the 13th of December. We have published finalizing frequently asked question document that will include the new elements. It's coming up, and we will, of course, decline this info day with national info days as appropriate. There will be also specific info days on EIC challenges and publication of challenge guides in January and February. And here you can see the specific EIC challenge info days planning for the 3 from the instrument, Pathfinder, Transition, and Accelerator. I will not read the various dates. You see them here on screen. Thank you very much. And then I hand over to Ambash Inotai.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and good morning, dear all. It's a pleasure to be here at today's info day and to give you a bit of the political context. the political and the policy context for the EIC work program 2023. 2022, which was the preparation year for the 23 work program, comes at a rather peculiar time. The European Commission has adopted a new European innovation agenda. This is a new strategy, which was adopted during the summer last year, or this year rather, in 2022. And the aim of this new strategy is to help the EU lead the new wave of innovation, including deep tech innovation. We have identified 5 main areas where the EU needs to do more to improve the performance in the field of innovation and to make the EU a global leader in deep tech innovation. Now, these 5 flagship areas are set out in the innovation agenda, and they have also shaped to a significant extent the specific actions that we have included in the annual work program of the EIC. What are these 5 main areas of actions? The first one is funding for deep tech scale-up. More needs to be done because our companies are not getting sufficient access to finance, especially in the scale-up phase. We have a second flagship with a number of actions about enabling deep tech innovation, more specifically through experimentation spaces and public procurement. And you will see how the work program supports this flagship as well. We have a third main area of priority on European innovation ecosystems. So what we want to do is to both accelerate and strengthen innovation in European innovation ecosystems. We can also address the innovation divide through these actions. Again, you will see a number of actions pointing to this direction in the work program. The fourth big area is talents. We have looked at a number of obstacles which impede the EU from really attracting and also retaining talents, in particular in the deep tech area. And the fifth big area is we need to improve our own policy-making tools, both at the EU and at the national level. 25 actions have been set out in the new European Innovation Agenda. The Innovation Agenda has in the meantime been also supported, endorsed by the Council of Ministers and the Competitiveness Council. And I just want to give you here 4 examples of how the EIC 2023 work program supports these policy objectives of the new European Innovation Agenda. So the first big category of actions is next generation innovation talents. What we want to do here is to help researchers to carry out an innovation internship in a hosting company. We would want these companies to be startups and SMEs supported by the EIC Accelerator or EIC awarded Seal of Excellence companies, also startups at EIC Transition. And a few others. Now, the researchers who would be eligible for these internships, on the other hand, they would be participants in projects funded by the ERC or the EIC Pathfinder, or also the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. We hope that approximately 600 innovation internships can be supported under this action, thinking about approximately 3 to 6 months each, looking at a 2-year period. You will see more details in the work program. So that's one specific example of how the talent flagship and the need to attract and retain talent will be supported by the EIC work program. A second big category of actions is support to women innovators. The innovation agenda has found that women and also those from diverse backgrounds remain underrepresented in both deep tech startups and also in investment funds. So we need to look at a number of actions to change this. One of them will be opening the fast track to the accelerator to companies which were supported by Women Tech EU. And we will also open up the EIC Women Leadership Program to women-led deep tech startups from the EIT. So these will complement a number of other actions in support of women founders and women innovators. The third big category of actions that we wanted to include in the EIC work program is support to test EIC innovations for both public and private procurers. The innovation agenda has found that innovation procurement is still not sufficiently and widely used in the EU. So what we will do here is to support the pilot testing or proof of concept demonstration of innovations which are supported by the EIC. And we will support them for the use of potential public and private procurement customers. Essentially, we're speaking about a grant of up to 60,000 euros that would be allocated to EIC awardees by the project beneficiary. And then the buyers would be required to provide at least some kind of an in-kind commitment, including access to infrastructures and facilities or data, even personnel. And this would, in our view, help really create a first market, a first significant demand for EIC innovations out there. Now, the fourth big area, which is linked to building a European innovation ecosystem and to strengthen our European innovation ecosystems, is the InnoSpace platform. So we will establish an InnoSpace platform. This will be an artificial intelligence-based open platform. It will allow circulation of ideas. It will allow access to research results. Will bring together demand and supply of innovative solutions, and will also help stakeholders connect and to better collaborate. There will be a number of opportunities that will be offered to those acceding to InnoSpace, information on technology and market trends, intellectual property, and we will really want to use this as a new matchmaking platform as well. So these are just 4 examples of how the EIC work program will support the innovation agenda. But I also wanted to share with you a general cross-cutting change, which is the EIC fund and the implementation of the equity component of the EIC Accelerator. As you know, as a result of the ongoing restructuring of the EIC fund is now fully operational, working under an alternative investment fund manager. More than 50 investment decisions have already been taken by the fund. So the machinery is in motion, but we do have to make an extra step and to move the EIC fund under indirect management. This will mean that the Commission will work with an implementing partner who will be in charge of implementing the equity component of the EIC Accelerator. The good news is, and the bottom line is, that this will lead to no visible change for the beneficiaries. The EIC fund will remain the party who will provide the equity component under exactly the same rules and same investment policy as before. The only change will be the indirect management of this fund, but again, no change for the final beneficiaries. And with that, I'm passing on to Keith. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Great pleasure to be with you this morning. What you'll hear today is all of the details about the new work program, how to apply. Please use the opportunity of Slido to ask questions. But before starting on that, what I'd like to do is to give you a very broad overview of the whole work program, including some parts which are not in the main calls. So you'll see that the overall budget for 2023 is very similar to that we had in 2022, and the repartition between the different instruments, the Pathfinder, the Transition, and the Accelerator, is also very similar to 21 and 2022. And you'll see there that there is the majority of funding for the Accelerator, but important budgets for the Pathfinder and Transition. You'll also see that there's strong continuities in all of the calls, particularly the open calls. So there are not major changes in terms of how you apply the criteria, the rules. For the Accelerator, we have moved to 4 cutoffs, the first one already in January, and you'll see that there's been some improvements in the resubmission, in the evaluation process to make sure we have really robust selection of the projects. One of the important changes that I'd like to bring your attention to is on the challenges, and particularly the Accelerator challenges, which you will see this year or for 2023 are very much more targeted than they have been under the previous work programs. So this is really looking for those startups, those SMEs that have innovations that can address these major challenges for European technology and European policy. As Andras mentioned, there are also a number of support schemes and pilot schemes, which I'll say a few words about as well. So if we can move to the next slide. Here you have the overview of the budget and also the call deadlines. For the Accelerator, of course, the step 1 is continuously open. Companies can apply at any time and they will get an answer, the evaluation result of step 1 within 3 to 4 weeks. But then we have the regular cutoffs. What I draw your attention to is that the first cutoff on the 11th of January is only for the open call. It's not for the challenges. So that's to give time for applicants to prepare proposals that are really targeted at those challenges. You'll see that for the Pathfinder and Transition, it's very similar to 2022. For the Pathfinder, there's one cutoff or deadline for the open in March and another for the challenges in the autumn. And for the Transition, there are 2 cutoffs in April and September, and both of those cutoffs are for both the open and the challenge calls. So for the Accelerator, you'll hear a lot more this afternoon. I've mentioned 4 cutoffs. One of the changes is that we want to make sure that those companies that resubmit and are very close to getting to the interview, so they have 8 out of 9 goes on the evaluators on the criteria, and would normally be therefore put on the standstill period for a year. For those ones, we will have an additional evaluator to make absolutely sure that decision on the no-go is a valid decision, taking into account all of the factors. We've been clarifying the table of resubmission rules. There were some issues in previous work programs. And I also wanted to stress that we still continue to allow applications for investments above 15 million euros in strategic areas. This is not something we've promoted actively in 2022. There have been delays with the EIC fund, as Andras mentioned. Now with the EIC fund fully operational, we think there are important areas, and we are very much able and willing within the limits of the pilot to fund these larger investments for critical companies in Europe. So the new approach to the challenges, you'll see in the Pathfinder that we have been moving to a more targeted approach, and this is partly because there has been quite a lot of oversubscription for some of those challenges in the past that were maybe too broadly defined. So the movement is to be more tightly defined in the areas of those challenges. For the Transition, one of the big changes is that for the challenges, the result of any Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe project will be eligible for follow-on funding for Transition challenges. This is only for the challenges, not for the open call, but that is also to start opening up Transition and to pull through results that have been achieved in the areas of the challenges in other Horizon projects. And then on the Accelerator, whereas before we had 2 very broad challenges, and we had feedback that sometimes it was unclear the differentiation with the open calls, what we have done is to identify 8 strategic areas where we think for startups with disruptive technologies, they can make a major contribution. There is a major opportunity to scale up in Europe. So we have defined 8 particular areas, and in the implementation, we will be looking for the startups in these areas and bringing in more specialist expertise to make sure that we can really assess these projects as best as possible. Next slide. So you'll see here all of the challenges. You can find them in the work program. And what I would say is that we are not going to go into the detail of all of these challenges during today. But as Stefan mentioned, you will see that there is a series of specific info days for the different challenges during February and also in January. So for those applicants who are interested in these areas, please look at the date, please attend those specialist sessions which will be dedicated to the specific challenges. I won't say much about these various actions. They're not in the main calls. Andreas has mentioned them already. This is the internship scheme. It will be implemented by a contractor that we will have to help support us do the matchmaking. And it's done in partnership with the European Research Council, the EIT, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, and we will also include researchers from the research infrastructures. And you'll see there that there is this is covering both those researchers who are more advanced, the postdocs, the doctorals, the deep tech talents, and also for master students from the EIT programs. As Andreas mentioned, there's a new action to allow EIC companies, EIC Accelerator, to test their innovations with procurers. So this will be, again, starting, and we will be looking for an implementing partner to help us put that into practice. I also, not in Andreas's slides, we have another pilot which is targeting very much the Pathfinder projects and transition projects. And in this action, we will be looking at identifying the most promising results that have come out from the projects or are coming out, and building a network of senior executives to mentor these projects. This will be implemented by the EIB Institute, and there's a budget there for doing it. And we think it's an important action to bring experienced executives who know how to build businesses and to get them to work with the research teams from Pathfinder and Transition. And there's an important new approach to the business acceleration services. This is the BAS, and you'll hear more about that later today. But there is a call, and there's a continuous call for partners to offer services that can support EIC beneficiaries. And then we will be putting in place a system that the beneficiaries can access those services through a catalogue, through matchmaking, and this approach will be extended to the European Institute of Technology and the knowledge and innovation communities who have, we believe, many valuable services that can be provided to EIC beneficiaries. And then lastly, we won't cover it today, but the work programme does include the prizes. So there's quite a lot of continuity here with the Women Innovators Prize, but in future, as announced by Commissioner Gabriel, this will be done jointly with the EIT's Women Innovator Prize. We have the Capital of Innovation. We have the Procurement Awards with a special category on green energy. We have the Social Innovation with a focus on fighting energy. So you see there's a very strong focus on solutions for the current energy crisis. And then a new prize we're introducing in 2023 will be for humanitarian innovation. So thank you very much. A reminder to use the Slido for your questions. And we'll now move into the first session on the Pathfinder. So if I can pass to my colleague, Timo.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today to present to you the EIC Pathfinder and its novelties in the work program 23. So let's get started with the presentation. But before I go, if you have questions, don't hesitate to put them through Slido, hashtag EICWP23. Can we have the next slide, please? So what is the EIC Pathfinder? In case you are a newcomer to this program, I want to underline that EIC Pathfinder is a program that funds research to develop the scientific basis to underpin breakthrough technologies. We start the supporting at early stages of the scientific, technological, or deep tech research and development, and we are aiming to build a new cutting-edge directions in science and technology to disrupt the field and a market, or to create new opportunities. So it could be social innovations as well. We realize innovative technological solutions to identify, develop, and scale up breakthrough technologies and disruptive innovations in Europe. So it's really important to understand that we are talking about a research program. So yes, we are in the Innovation Council, but we start from the laboratory. The way we work, like in the other parts of the EIC, we have open calls and we have challenge-based calls. So in the open call, we support project in any field of science and technology, and the application can be presented without predefined thematic priorities. So this is what we call bottom-up. The challenge, we support a coherent portfolio of projects in a predefined thematic area. And this is to achieve a specific objectives within each challenge. And today we will now present both of these schemes. But before going into the details of how to apply, some statistics, what we have achieved so far. So here we have, first of all, the latest Pathfinder Open cutoff that was closed earlier this year. We received over 800 proposals and we selected 57 projects with the 183 million euro that was available in this call. On average, the grants that we supported were of size 3.2 million euro, and among the beneficiaries we have 29 countries and 352 participants. They are mostly coming from higher education, universities, a quarter from research organization, and 22% from private organizations, most of them being SMEs. If we look at the areas where they come from, on the green here we see our first Pathfinder Open call from 21, and on purple the proposals from the 22 call. So you can see here that it varies from call to call. We have originally a lot of proposals from physical sciences, in the latest one a little bit less, and the medical, engineering and medicine was increasing. We also have results from the EIC Pathfinder challenges from 21. I'm not unfortunately able to present the results from 22 call because we are still evaluating them. So let's look at what happened more than a year ago. We received 400 proposals, a bit over, and we were able to fund 39 of those. Here, the average size of the grants were a bit higher, 3.7 million euro. Again, 27 countries, 214 participants. Similarly to the open scheme, the universities are the most active participants. And as a reminder, here you have the 5 different topics that were called for in 21, but be careful, these topics change from year to year. Let's then move to the EIC Pathfinder Open Call 23 and its main novelties. I will go through the whole story, but be mindful at the end of our session, we will also give a highlight of what are the most important changes from the previous years. So first of all, why should you apply? You should apply if you are really looking for support to realize an ambitious vision of radically new technology that is really having a potential to create new markets or to address global challenges. EIC Pathfinder supports early state development for future technologies. If you want to, we can look at technology readiness levels from 1 to 4. This doesn't mean that you should be able to move from 1 to 4 during your project, but these are the starting bases where your proposal should be based on. How far and how much progress you can make depends really on your area. Maybe in medical area, you're not able to make a lot of progress in few years. In other areas, some progress can be made. The important point is that your proposal is based on high risk, high gain idea, science towards technology breakthrough that should happen in the project that we would be funding. So the aim is that this research would provide foundations of a technology that you are visioning. We look at this around gatekeepers. If I can get the previous slide, please. So we are funding collaborative interdisciplinary research that meet the following criteria. There needs to be a convincing long-term vision of radically new technology. There should be a concrete, novel, ambitious science towards technology breakthrough and high risk, high gain research approach and methodology. What we are expecting as an output is that there is in your project a proof of principle that the main ideas of the future technology are feasible. So validating the science and technological basis. The project should include top-level scientific publication in open access, as it's always the case in Horizon Europe. And very important in the EIC, you must pay attention to intellectual property rights. So you need to make adequate formal protection, because without it, the future uptake and future investments will become impossible. You should, in your project, involve and empower key actors that have the potential to become the future leaders in the field. That could be early career researchers, promising high-tech SMEs, entrepreneurs, including startups. We are also empowering and looking for female researchers that each project would have a good gender balance among the work package leaders. And you will see later why this is important in the evaluation as well. How can you apply? The consortium composition. So again, this is collaborative research, so you have to have a consortium which is consisting and submitting by a coordinator on behalf of the other beneficiaries. At minimum, this means that there needs to be 3 legal entities. And we have clarified the text a little bit in terms of the country balance and the country criteria, so you should have at least 1 legal entity established in an EU member state, and in addition, 2 other legal entities which are independent and which are coming from different member states or associated countries. And in addition to these 3, you can have more participants and beneficiaries. In Pathfinder, be careful, in Pathfinder, there is no specific criteria in terms of what type of legal entities can apply. So it can be universities, research organizations, SMEs, startups, industrial partners, and even natural persons. Those entities that are able to make most of the research idea that you have. What you will receive if your proposal is supported. You will receive a grant called Research Innovation Action that will cover eligible costs as defined under Horizon Europe, which will allow to implement your project. We consider that it's roughly 3 million euro that is making an appropriate progress, but you can apply for a larger amount if it's justified. For example, if you have expensive equipment needs, 3 million euro might not be just enough for your idea. The funding will be covering 100% of your costs. In this call, we have an indicative budget of 179.5 million euro, which means that we will be able to fund about 60 grants. In addition to the funding, and please look at the follow-on presentation later on, you will have access to a wide range of business acceleration services and other pilot schemes, like it was mentioned just before me by Keith. So I will skip this slide in the interest of time because they will be presented later on in the other presentations as well. So how long does it take? You must submit your proposal via the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, like in the rest of the Horizon Europe. So we are not using the AI platform as in the EIC Accelerator in this call. We will take about 5 months to evaluate all the received proposals. And after the 5-month time, we will enter into the grant preparation with the most successful applicants. And by 8 months from the call deadline, we expect to be ready to have signed a contract with you. Pay attention, the deadline to submit your proposal is 7th of March 23 at 5 o'clock CET. There was some wrong information circulating, so I really want people to pay attention to this deadline, 7th of March. So how do we then look at the proposals? We have an evaluation process which starts immediately after your submission. The proposal is first looked at individually by 4 experts, and you will then receive the findings of these 4 experts during the rebuttal phase, be given the chance for you to comment if there are mistakes, and then finally an evaluation committee will finalize the evaluation based on the individual remote experts' comments and your comment from the rebuttal phase. They will prepare evaluation summary report that you will receive as a feedback, together with the information whether or not your proposal will be funded or not, of course. The proposal application form is composed of 2 parts, as it's standard in Horizon Europe. Part A, which contains the administrative details and the budget and some call-specific questions. The part B is your area to describe what your proposal is about, the technical description of the project. Be careful, maximum 17 pages. If you write more, this will not be looked at by the experts, so it can quickly lead into a very unbalanced proposal. So try to make sure that you respect this and make sure that you have enough time to present your presentation project idea well in this time, in this page limit. The template for the part B in particular will become available in the Funding and Tenders Opportunities portal when the call opens. And if you have already submitted a proposal previously, please try to switch over to the new template, because there are some changes, and then that allows you to have a good presentation of your proposal. Few comments about the evaluation in more detail, because I'm sure this is very important for you to keep in mind when you are preparing a proposal. So first of all, it's not the Commission officials, myself and my colleagues who are evaluating, it's independent EIC experts who are evaluating. So they are really experts in the field. They use the award criteria, excellence, impact, and quality and efficiency of the implementation. Each one of them will give a score, and each evaluation criterion will then be calculated as a median of the evaluators' scores. The overall remote score at this stage will be a weighted sum of the 3 median scores from the 3 evaluation criteria. So that's concluding the remote phase. But let's look at in more detail of the evaluation criterion. So first of all, and the most importantly, we have the award criteria on excellence. This gives you 60% of the points. So it's actually mostly the excellence criterion that is decisive. And you need to receive minimum 3 out of 4. If you receive less, you will not be considered for funding at all. So under the excellence, and I should underline also that these are specific now for the Pathfinder open call. So if you're applying in any other program, any other call, please focus on writing in accordance with these criteria. So we will look at the long-term vision. We will look at, or the experts rather, will look at the science towards technology breakthrough. They will look at the objectives. In particular, the objectives were slightly modified from the previous call, so pay attention to the new text. And finally, interdisciplinarity. This is a unique criterion for Pathfinder, because we believe that interdisciplinary approach from traditionally distant disciplines is a way of achieving breakthroughs. Next, we will have the award criterion on impact, weight 20% of the scores, and the threshold minimum 3.5 out of 5. Under impact, we are interested in having a long-term impact. We are looking at the innovation potential and the communication and dissemination. So how suitable are the measures to maximize the expected outcomes and impacts? Communication activities. How are you going to tell to the world about your results? And then finally, the third criterion on quality, efficiency of the implementation. Again, 20% weight, minimum threshold 3 out of 5. This is where the actual work plan is looked at, how coherent and effective it is, what are the work packages, tasks, etc., etc. The allocation of resources, how appropriate and effective is the allocation of resources? Is the person months and the cost items reasonable? What are the work packages and the consortium members? Are they able to do their work? And the quality of the consortium. And in this respect, it is not so much about your past track record, it's more whether they have the capacity to do and perform the planned tasks. Once the remote experts completed their work, as I was promising earlier, it's your turn. We will send you the findings, the comments of the remote experts in the rebuttal phase. And then you will get roughly between a month and a half or 2.5 months immediately when the phase is completed for your proposal. So this will come in batches. So if you had another applicant or if you are involved in 2 applications, it's important to realize that this happens in different timeframes. We really want to move as quickly as we can. And this means that it's a parallel process where some proposals receive this information earlier than some others. You will have 8 calendar days from the moment you receive the feedback to give your comments within a strict maximum 2 A4 pages. So we are not planning and expecting you to rewrite everything. You should actually not even alter to add any new content to the proposal, but strictly focus on responding to the potential misunderstandings or errors by the evaluators. So did they understand? Did they figure out what you had written? We will then, and this is important, what we will do with your replies, we will give them to the final evaluation committee. So we are unfortunately not able to give them back to the remote experts. We will not ask them to modify their their assessment. We simply don't have time for that because we have committed to give you the feedback within reasonable 5-month timetable, and it would not work if we went back to that. So the evaluation committee, the final evaluation committee, will take into consideration the comments from the rebuttal procedure. And this will, of course, be fundamental to the final score and to the final outcome of the evaluation. So the final evaluation committee phase is composed, as I said, from different evaluators than the remote phase. And this committee will decide on the final score based on the remote score and the outcome of their discussions. They are also experts. They might have additional points of view that come into play. And also rebuttal comments from you are taken into account. The way we are running this committee phase, that we will really focus their actual discussion. Don't worry, all proposals are looked by the evaluation committee, but the actual discussion will really focus on the diverging proposals where different evaluators had different points of view, and the proposals that are having a realistic chance of getting funded. This means that if your proposal was missing really top scores, 5 throughout, probably there is not much to discuss. Or if your proposal was really low scoring, we cannot save it in this discussion. It's clear that it's not going to be funded. So it's really the middle ground where the focus of the committee goes. And then, indeed, the evaluation committee will confirm the final ranking list. In this final ranking list, it's based on scores. It can happen that there are equal scores. So what do? We are not going to start comparing, is this proposal better than the other? No, we are going to look at first the ranking based on the criterion excellence score. It's very important, 60% of the scoring, and also here it comes as a first criterion. Then secondly, we will look at the criterion impact. Thirdly, we will look at the gender balance among the work package leaders as identified in the proposal. So gender balance means the best possible outcome is 50-50. Then the number of applicants that are small and medium-sized enterprises. And then finally, if there are still proposals having equal score, and in the previous evaluations, this actually happened. Sometimes we needed to look at the number of member states and associated countries represented in the consortium. So obviously, the higher the number you have countries present, the better it is. And if there are still proposals having the same assessment, then the committee can even add other factors. Finally, what you receive as an outcome is an evaluation summary report. So this will comprise of the final score, the comments that summarizes the assessment by the evaluation committee, and any additional comments that the evaluation committee might want to give, possibly including an advice not to resubmit the proposal. And maybe I should underline here that indeed we don't have any policy forbidding you to resubmit the proposal. So if you want to try again in the subsequent call, you are invited to do that. However, if the evaluation committee thinks that you are not really in the wrong program, please take that advice into account, because by just resubmitting, you probably will not have a chance. And then also we have instructed or will instruct the evaluation committee this time around to really pay attention to the rebuttal text that you provided as well. And this completes my presentation on the Pathfinder Open. I will now pass it on to Martin, my colleague, who will present the EIC Pathfinder challenges.
Good morning also from my side. My name is Martin Lange. I'm the Deputy Head of Unit for the EIC Pathfinder, and it's my pleasure to present to you the Pathfinder Challenges call that we have in 2023, including its main novelties. So the most important information at the beginning, of course, are the specific thematic areas where we invite you to submit proposals. And as Keith mentioned earlier, I will not go into the full details describing these challenges, but I just would like to invite you to participate in the workshops that we will organize specifically for each of those challenges between end of January and mid-March, where you will be able also to ask questions to get more information if if these topics are of interest for you. Nevertheless, to briefly mention, we will have in 2023 5 of them. The first one is to explore new devices, processes, components, and materials for clean and efficient cooling. A second call that will try to investigate and make use of the recent trends we have seen in digitalization for realizing disruptive solutions, specifically in architecture, engineering, and construction. We have a third challenge that aims at providing scientific evidence on the role of diet in specifically food-related health conditions such as obesity, malnutrition, but also the role that diets can play in diseases, in non-communicable chronic diseases such as diabetes or hypertension. A fourth challenge in the area of responsible electronics. Here, the aim is to create opportunities for the discovery of new environmentally friendly electronic materials in order to reduce their environmental impact and also reduce the need to use critical raw materials or hazardous chemicals. And finally, a fifth topic in the area of space, and here specifically in space, solar energy harvesting for applications that are indeed going to be deployed in space. So generally, the Pathfinder Challenges call is building on new cutting-edge directions that are taking place in science and technology. And the aim is here to realize innovative technological solutions in those areas in order to disrupt the market or create new opportunities. Very important, we still talk about research that is taking place at low technology readiness levels. So typically in the area for this challenges call between level 2 and level 4. The approach that we have taken in the challenges is also a bit different to the Pathfinder open call, in the sense that we don't want to look only at projects individually, but it is important that for each of the challenges, we establish a coherent set of projects, a portfolio of projects that is exploring different perspectives, competing approaches, or even complementary aspects of that particular challenge. Each of the challenges will also be steered proactively by one of our program managers. So when we talk about the expected project outcomes, what is it that we want to achieve at the end of the project? It of course depends very much on the challenge that we have defined. And you will understand that you will need to look in the work program at the specific objectives in order to understand what exactly is it that we're looking for. But there are also some common elements. Just like in Pathfinder Open Call, we believe that project results should certainly include top-level scientific publications in open access, and you must also pay attention to the adequate formal protection of the generated IP. Just like in Pathfinder Open also, you should pay attention that you involve and empower in your team key actors that have the potential to become future leaders, and to empower also female researchers, particularly to achieve gender balance amongst work package leaders. In order to receive a complete picture and full information about the objective of the challenge, the more technical information that is underpinning the objectives, and also very important, the portfolio considerations that we will use for the final selections of proposals to be funded, I invite you not only to look at the work program text, but also at the specific challenge guides that we will publish in early next year, and that we will make available on the EIC website as well as on the EU funding and tenders portal. Another important difference to the Pathfinder Open Call is that in the challenges, we allow participation of smaller consortia and even of single legal entities. So you will see on this slide that the rules that define the consortium composition for consortia of 3 or more entities are exactly the same as in the Pathfinder Open Call. But in addition to that, consortia of 2 entities can participate, provided that they are 2 independent legal entities from 2 different member states or associated countries. And even single legal entities can participate if they are established in a member state or an associated country, and if they are not so-called mid-caps or larger companies, which are not permitted. We have noticed that in the past calls, there has been quite some misunderstanding in certain cases about these rules. That's why in the next slide, I have given you a set of examples of ineligible and eligible consortia. But important to realize is that the so-called associated partners that are participating in the action are not taken into account for the eligibility rules. So associated partners are typically organizations that do not receive funding, and very often they also come from countries that are not EU member states and not associated countries. So just to give you some examples of ineligible consortia, what we have seen in the past, if you have a consortium that is composed of 2 organizations from France, for example, and 1 organization from Germany. So this is a consortium of 3 organizations, but here only 2 different member states are represented, which is not enough for a consortium of 3 organizations. The same for the next example, when you have two organizations from Poland, for example, forming a consortium with two organizations from Italy. Also here you have to apply the rules for consortia of 3 or more organizations, but only 2 member states again are represented, which makes this consortium ineligible. Finally, for the third example here, you see that in addition to the 2 organizations from France and 1 organization from Germany, there would be 1 organization from Canada that is possible, that would participate as an associated partner in this consortium. But as explained earlier, associated partners are not taken into account for the eligibility rules, and therefore this consortium would also be ineligible, just like in the first example. In contrast to that, also 3 examples of eligible consortia here below. We have, for example, 1 organization from Malta and 1 from Czechia, which would form a consortium of 2 organizations, which is perfectly fine for the Pathfinder Challenges call. Now, we come to a little bit more tricky situations. The second example here below, if you have 1 proposal with an organization from Spain and 1 organization from Switzerland, it is important to realize that Switzerland itself is not an associated country and also not an EU member state. And therefore, the Swiss organization can certainly participate, but as an associated partner in this proposal. And if you then take into account what I said earlier, that associated partners are not taken into account for the eligibility rules, this means that this proposal would be considered as an application from a single legal entity from Spain in this case, which is also perfectly fine. A last example, when you would have a consortium with an organization from Greece, from Sweden, and 1 from the US. Also here, the US organization would be considered as an associated partner. You would end up with 2 organizations from 2 different EU member states, which would make this consortium again eligible. Okay, so if your proposal is really funded and selected for funding, just like in Pathfinder Open, you would receive a grant for a research and innovation action that would cover 100% of the eligible costs. And in the Pathfinder Challenges, we consider proposals that ask for an EU contribution of up to 4 million euro as appropriate. But also like in Pathfinder Open, you can even ask for larger amounts if they are duly justified. We have a total indicative budget of 163.5 million euro for this call, which is expected to be equally shared approximately across the 5 challenges that we have. And specifically, you will also learn later about the business acceleration services that we offer for successful beneficiaries. And of course, specifically for the challenges, very close interactions with the EIC program managers. The evaluation process also has some specificities that I would like to mention. Here, in particular, in the second step that you can see. The first step is actually almost cut and paste from the evaluation process that we use in Pathfinder Open, which means that we will assess each proposal separately. And this is also new for the Pathfinder Challenges. We will also in the 2023 call use the rebuttal process that has been already described earlier. In order to allow the evaluation committee to take into account the comments received from you on the evaluators' comments when the evaluation committee fixes the scores. But on top of that, in the second step, we have the portfolio considerations that will play a role. Next slide, please. So first of all, this is indeed what I mentioned earlier. Step 1 is dedicated to the evaluation and assessment of each application separately, of course, with some modified award criteria that I will explain to you now. Next slide, please. So the award criterion excellence is also specifically tailored to the Pathfinder challenges that we use, and here specifically how relevant the proposals are in relevance to the challenge that has been defined. What is the novelty of the proposed work, and we will also assess how plausible the methodology is that you use for your proposal. Next slide. Again, here the impact. We are also looking at to what extent the proposal, if indeed successfully implemented, would contribute to the expected outcomes and impacts of the challenge in particular. We look at the innovation potential of the proposal, and like in Pathfinder Open, the communication and dissemination aspects. The final award criterion, quality and efficiency of the implementation, is basically the same as in Pathfinder Open. Like in Pathfinder Open, we have also different weights for each of the award criterion, with excellence the most important one, which will have a weight of 60% in the final score, while impact and quality and efficiency of the implementation each will contribute with 20% weight. Next slide. The timeline that we will apply for the rebuttal process is exactly the same as in the Pathfinder Open Call. So about 1.5 to 2.5 months after the call deadline, you will receive the possibility to comment and to reply on the evaluator's comments. But also here, you cannot use this possibility to alter or to add to the content of your proposals, but you must strictly respond to the potential misunderstandings or errors by the evaluators. Your comments will then be made available to the evaluation committee that will, first of all, decide on the final score. But the final score is not the end of the ranking process for the Pathfinder challenges, as you can see on the next slide. It is important to realize and to read very carefully in the challenge guides what will be the portfolio considerations that will be applied for each of the challenges, because at the beginning of the second step, the evaluation committee will map the proposals into certain categories as defined in the challenge guide. That could be, for example, different building blocks or subsystems, different technical areas, competing technologies, platforms, application areas, just to give you an idea. And the aim is to, at the end of the process, select a suitable portfolio and coherent set of projects amongst the proposals by applying those portfolio considerations, so that we can really try to maximize the expected outcome and impact of the particular challenge. What will you receive as feedback? Obviously, you already have received in the framework of the rebuttal process the comments, the full set of comments from the EIC expert evaluators. But on top of that, you will receive from the evaluation committee a summary comment, obviously also the final score and any kind of additional comments. The evaluation committee will also specify if and how it has taken into account the reply received via the rebuttal in case you have submitted one. What is new in the Pathfinder Challenges call is that obviously there can be situations where proposals in a certain challenge have not been retained for funding, while there were other proposals, even though they have received lower scores, have been selected for funding. And what we commit is that in case that indeed the proposals are not retained for funding for portfolio reasons, that the panel will also justify and will inform the applicants why this exactly has been taking place and why these decisions were taken in the way they were taken. So at the very end, this is also important for Pathfinder Challenges. we take a lot of and put a lot of emphasis on the collaboration of projects within a given portfolio. So if you're successful, you will be contacted by the project officer and the relevant EIC program manager during the preparation of your grant in order to plan portfolio activities. As I said, all projects in the challenge portfolio are expected to collaborate with each other. And you will also be involved in the preparation of a challenge roadmap, which will define some collective deliverables, activities, and objectives for a portfolio of projects. In general, it is important to know that you will have a continuous interaction with your project officers and with your EIC program managers that will help you in managing these projects from our side in a proactive way. So I think this at least finalizes my presentation on the Pathfinder Challenges call. We have now prepared a couple of slides where we summarized the main changes compared to last year's calls. And maybe, Timo, you can summarize the main changes in the Pathfinder Open part.
Yes, let's do this quickly because I see that there are quite a few questions in the Slido as well. So on the Pathfinder Open, as a reminder, it's a lot of continuity. A few interesting points to note. Some changes in the eligibility criteria, more precisely described than in the past. Changes in the award criterion 3 in particular on the implementation. We have reordered some of the sub-elements and small improvement under the allocation of resources. This has an implication to the proposal submission form as well. So if you are resubmitting a previous work or reusing previous work, please use the new version of the submission form. Then we have introduced the Next Generation Innovation Talents scheme. And then finally, the ESR will specify if and how the evaluation committee took into account the replies received via the rebuttal in a more clear way than it was done in the past.
Yes, and for the Pathfinder Challenges, many of those elements and changes are actually the same. When we look specifically at the third award criterion, the reference to the Next Generation Innovation Talent Scheme, and also the ESR changes. But on top of it, it is important to realize that we have tried to describe in the work program in a clearer way the two-step approach that we take during the evaluation of the proposals. We have, as I mentioned earlier, introduced the rebuttal process also in the Pathfinder Challenges call, and also revised the description how the evaluation committee is applying portfolio considerations in the second step of the evaluations. And I think that on the next slide, we have an overview of all the important information for the call, specifically the expected opening dates. So the Pathfinder Open call is expected to open on the 10th of January, the Pathfinder Challenges call on the 20th of June, with the deadlines for the Open 7th of March and for the Pathfinder Challenges on the 18th of October. Here, also important to realize you have a bit more space to describe your proposal in the Challenges call than in the Open call, where we provide 25 A4 pages for the part B of the application form. And of course, the main differences in terms of possibility for consortia and single legal entities that are also invited to participate in the Challenges call, but not in the Open call, where you must have minimum 3 partners from 3 different member states or associated countries. I think that concludes the presentations, and I would like to pass the floor to Elena Martinez, our colleague, who is going to moderate the question and answer session.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Timo, again. And thanks to everyone for submitting their questions already on Slido. I'm Elena Martinez. I also work in the EIC, and I will help with the moderation of the questions that we have been receiving. So just a reminder to keep submitting your questions, but also to vote for the questions that you would like to see answered, because this will bring it to our attention quicker. So the first question is about the final evaluation report. that may include factual mistakes of evaluators that were indicated in the rebuttal response. How do we indicate to the applicants that the rebuttal has been taken into considerations? Maybe
Yes,
Timo, yes.
maybe I can take that. And thanks for putting this question forward, because the rebuttal, we know it was perhaps not so clear what was happening. If one reads the work program very carefully, the process is described there, and it is that we have the remote phase, 4 or 3 experts, depending on the scheme, who will do their work. We send their findings to you in the rebuttal phase. You give your comments, and these comments, together with the original work of the remote experts, are given to the final evaluation committee. So it doesn't go back to the remote experts who would change their work. No, that stays. It is the original work, your comment, that go to the new group of experts who will look at together everything. And it is the panel comment which is then containing the comments, and it's in the panel comment and the panel scoring where your rebuttal work is taken into account. So one has had to, in the previous calls, read very carefully the evaluation summary report. It's the panel comment, which is the new element, which was not previously available to you in the rebuttal phase. So it's not actually exactly the same. There is a new element added to the what you had available during the rebuttal phase.
And so perhaps, I don't know if Martin, you want to add anything, because there is an impression that the final report is exactly the same.
Indeed, in the past, we also used to include the individual evaluators' comments in the evaluation summary report, and this led to the misunderstanding that the panel did not take into account the received replies from the rebuttal. But as Timo explained earlier, these individual comments were simply unchanged and were the same that were already earlier submitted to the applicants. And here, please have a look specifically at the panel comments, which will specify also how and if the evaluation committee has taken into account the rebuttal comments.
Okay, great. So if my colleagues can mark the first 2 questions, which we address now as read, and we can see the next ones, please. Yes, the next one is on eligibility. Perhaps I will address this to you, Martin. The EIC Pathfinder challenges support innovation from consortia from single legal entities. So are there specific challenges eligible for single legal entities?
Yes, for this particular challenge call, all 5 challenges are open for applicants that are single legal entities, unless they are mid-caps or larger companies. For the rest, for this call for 2023, all 5 are open for this possibility. In the past, there has been indeed some limitation, if I remember correctly, in 2021, which is not the case in 2023.
Great, thank you. The next one for you, Timo. Could a UK university be coordinator of an EIC Pathfinder proposal?
The short answer is yes. And the reason is that in this call, the transition scheme is still valid. And that's because the association agreement with the UK to associate to the Horizon Europe is not yet completed. The UK participants can participate to this call as if UK was an associated country. So that means that they can be coordinators, and they do get the counting in the eligibility criterion as an associated country as well. However, and let's see how this will happen in this call, once we enter into the grant preparation phase, and when the actual signature of the actual grant approaches, if the association agreement is not yet in place, we might have to make changes because, like it took place in the previous calls, the UK entities could not be taken into account in the actual contract as an associated country. We changed their category from a beneficiary receiving EU funding into a associated partner. And if that would happen, that the UK association agreement would not be in place at the time when we are signing the contracts for this call, we might have to ask, if there was a proposal with the UK university as a coordinator, we might have to ask a change of a coordinator, because an associated partner cannot be a coordinator. So in the proposal phase, yes, and if the UK association agreement doesn't come into force by the time of the signature of the grant, we might have to ask a change of the coordinator.
Thanks, Timo. The next question is about eligibility as well, but in the case of an EIC Accelerator grant holder, I suppose, not the applicant under evaluation, but you can cover the two situations. So if someone has already got an accelerator grant, or if they are in the process of being evaluated, can they apply for an EIC Pathfinder? And if yes, are there restrictions on being a coordinator or only a partner? Maybe, I don't know, Timo, will I start with you and then I pass on to Martin?
We have no restrictions in the Pathfinder call on previous participation to any programs or grants. So yes, you can, and you can be a coordinator, or you can be a partner or a beneficiary, as it's formally called.
Thanks, Timo. Next one to Martin. Who is the evaluation committee and that decides about Pathfinder?
Yes, so this is different for the Pathfinder Open and for the Pathfinder Challenges call. In the Pathfinder Open call, the evaluation committee is composed of expert evaluators who are not the same as the ones who have participated in the individual remote evaluation of the proposals. In the Pathfinder Challenges call, the evaluation committee is composed also of expert evaluators, but for each of the challenges, the program manager, the EIC program manager, also participates in that dedicated evaluation committee for a given challenge.
Great, thank you. The next question is an interesting one about the commercialization opportunities arising from Pathfinder. So the question is, does Pathfinder accept the creation of a new startup to exploit results? And perhaps I will add, how can Pathfinder support the creation of a new startup to exploit results? So Martin, again, we'll start with you.
Okay, so first of all, of course, we are very much open to any kind of startups that might want to participate in a Pathfinder proposal. This is certainly possible. And I think what this question probably refers to is that in case that during the lifetime of the project, that there would be a new startup created, how this would be taken into account. Certainly, there are possibilities to discuss the involvement of that spin-off or startup in the project even. So we would look at the possibility to amend the grant agreement if this is justified. However, I would like to emphasize that as it comes to the dissemination and exploitation, we actually do not expect the exploitation itself to take place during the lifetime of the Pathfinder project. As I mentioned earlier, these projects are operating at a very low technology readiness level. And what naturally we would expect is that the exploitation itself of the results would happen, for example, in a framework of a possible follow-up transition project, where also the business and market aspects of that specific innovation would be explored in a more detail.
Thanks, Martin. Timo, do you have anything to add, or perhaps I will ask you the next question? So the next question is about the new Next Generation Innovation Talent Scheme. How will that work for Pathfinder projects? And is this internship scheme also open to researchers from third countries, such as Switzerland, if their institution participates in the Pathfinder project, I suppose, as associated partners?
So indeed, this is a new scheme, and thank you for asking clarifying questions. So it's important to read, first of all, the work program very carefully. It's saying for the Pathfinder Open and Challenge that the participants to this scheme will go through a matchmaking mechanism, which allows the researchers to work then in a company and the actual personal costs during that time would be covered by the original grant. So there is no new money in a way. When you are talking about the third countries like Switzerland, the principle is that normally we would not be funding them. So first of all, if we would allow you to participate to this scheme, there would be no money coming anyway from us. Now, there is a detail whether this matchmaking scheme would be open then for the third countries or not. We will have to look at the conditions once we publish this matchmaking system. So, I mean, this is a detail that we need to clarify with the lawyers whether we can include the associated partners into the scheme or not. I don't know, Martin, if you had any discussions on that you already.
No, no. As I said, this is a very new scheme, and we will have to learn by doing. That's for sure, and look into all the different aspects that might arise during the implementation at that moment.
Indeed, thank you both. Another question is on what is the maximum duration of an EIC Pathfinder Open project, Timo?
From the strict legal point of view, we don't have any hard maximum duration that would be forbidden. In practice, you have to think about that this is a tough competition. The evaluators will look at you, what you are doing, and if you're able to convince them that you have a need for some very long project, you might get a good score. On practical side, if I remember back the projects that we have been funding, I think the longest ones we do have are about 5 years long or so. So anything longer than that, it's probably difficult to argue, but maybe in some life sciences projects that could be argued. Of course, keep in mind the indicative funding, 3 million euro for Pathfinder Open and 4 million euro for Pathfinder Challenges. That's also limiting a little bit how much longer you can survive with the money.
Thanks, Timo. The next question is about expert evaluators. We have a registered expert, I suppose, registered in the expert database on our website, who is asking how do we become an evaluation committee evaluators for the EIC programs? Is there any special call? Martin, please.
Yeah, there's no special call in the sense that just like for the rest of Horizon Europe, you have to register indeed in our experts database that you can find on the EU Funding and Tenders Opportunities portal, and indicate your interest to become evaluator for the EIC part of the Horizon Europe. I think it's important to realize that we indeed work with, in fact, thousands of experts for the evaluations. It's important that we cover specifically for the open call the whole width of scientific disciplines, technological areas that exist, and certainly every call we are also making sure that a number of newcomers are participating as expert evaluators. The interest is even larger, I would say, than the availability. So I apologize if indeed you are already registered and have expressed your interest, but we have more experts available in that database than we can actually use for the program.
Thank you.
Maybe it's good to say that there are indeed hundreds of thousands of experts in the database. So the competition to become an expert is quite fierce, actually. But we do rotate them, as Martin was explaining. So we are constantly looking for new ones.
Thank you both. Next question again on eligibility. Is it possible for the same entity to submit proposals in Pathfinder Open and Challenges if they're different? Timo?
Yes, of course you can. And as I was explaining, the most common type of participant to our program is a university. So, of course, large universities can have several projects in different departments, even sometimes involving same researchers. So we don't have any kind of limitation in terms of numbers. And of course, like the question here, it is different proposals, of course. So you can't ask money twice for the same job, clearly. That's the only limitation, actually.
Thank you. We have another question on the rebuttal phase. I think the second half you already responded before. You may perhaps briefly recall your response, but the first part is interesting in what advice can you give to respondents to the comments of the experts? So for those who are writing a rebuttal letter, what do we see that is best practice for responding?
Yeah, I can take that one. So it is absolutely necessary that in your reply, you focus on really the errors and the potential misunderstandings that the expert evaluators have done. You do not and should not reply to all of the comments, of course, that you receive, which are very often, in our case, several pages, and you in your reply have only 2 A4 pages available. I think it's important that you focus indeed on the most relevant errors that you spot that the expert evaluators potentially have made. This comments and your replies will be made available fully to the evaluation committee, but not, as we have outlined before, to the actual evaluators who have assessed and written the comments before. So this is also important to realize. You will have to address the evaluation committee in the Pathfinder Open, at least, that are not the same experts as the ones that have actually written these comments.
Yeah, I think, Martin, you had it very nicely. Always when you're writing something, think about who is the audience. And here the audience is a different group of experts. So then it probably follows from that, indeed.
Thanks both. Next question, Timo. There was no social science and humanities research application to Pathfinder Open so far. You may confirm this. Is it possible for them to apply? Any social innovation included in Pathfinder Open?
Yes, indeed. Social sciences and humanities can apply. And indeed, we could have more of this type of research funded. So it's a little bit of a mystery to us why we don't receive so many proposals. Maybe there is something inherent in our way of describing the proposal template. I don't know, but for sure there is and there isn't any rule forbidding this type of research to be funded. And to be honest, I think we could do more these type of projects. So please make an excellent proposal.
And if I may add, we have good examples where also in the past it has been possible to integrate SSH dimension in even successful proposals. And I certainly invite all applicants to consider this dimension and not to neglect it. I think that as it comes to the breakthrough technologies that we see happening over the next decades, there's always a certain ethical, social dimension to those technologies, which certainly are worthwhile also exploring, even at an early stage already.
Yeah, I think this is a free tip. If you remember from our presentations, we are running here an interdisciplinary call where you are actually gaining extra points in the evaluation if you are an interdisciplinary proposal. Maybe by involving in your proposal a dimension of social sciences, humanities, maybe that's an extra edge, an extra breakthrough that you are able to come forward. So think about that.
Thank you both. So the questions, okay, they're changing. Okay, we have a question about eligibility again. Can a consultant be a partner in Pathfinder? In which role?
Yeah, I can maybe take. So again, we don't have any rule forbidding any type of legal entity from applying, unless if you're on a sanctions list. That's about the only rule there is. So we are not saying that the consultant could not be a beneficiary, participant, partner in the proposal. What we would like to, of course, see, and this applies to all proposals, each partner needs to have a clear role, a clear additional value that it brings. And this gives you extra points in the evaluation, and that gives a better proposal. One has to be careful. We sometimes see proposals where the consultant is assuming the coordinator role. That can be a bit difficult from the financial point of view because we are talking about large sums of money and the consultant companies tends to be very small. So this is not perhaps the role that we would like to see for the coordinators, but there are lots of additional tasks related to communication, in intellectual property right management, etc., where a consultant can have an interesting role, or also if it's a consultancy related to technology, maybe even leading some work packages or tasks, it can be possible. So it really depends on the type of consulting company we are talking about here. So in short, it's not forbidden, but think very carefully what is the added value.
Thanks, Timo. Next question, Martin. In Pathfinder, does associated country and associated partner mean the same thing? Do we have a list of associated countries? And well, this is a specific question now on the Principality of Monaco.
Yes, very important question. Associated country and associated partner do not mean the same thing. We have a list of countries that are indeed already associated to Horizon Europe, available also on the funding and tenders portal, where you will find all the reference information about the process of the different countries, which countries are considered for this specific work program also as associated country. Associated partners are typically organizations that are, first of all, not receiving funding from the EU, and secondly, that are established very often in a country that is not an EU member state and not an associated country. I think indeed this is very important to understand when you prepare your proposal.
And maybe I can continue on the issue of Principality of Monaco. So Principality of Monaco, first of all, it's not an associated country. So that means that it's not associated as a member state, which means that in principle, it is not eligible for funding unless if there are very good justified reasons for that, which I explained in the work program. So that means that the legal entity coming from Principality of Monaco in more normal circumstances should become an associated partner and receive no EU funding.
Great. Thank you, Timo, and thank you, Martin. So a question from Hakan. Can I apply the same project to Pathfinder Open, and if not successful, improve that project to apply to Pathfinder Challenges? Martin, please.
Certainly, you can take the feedback from the evaluators that you receive in order to improve your proposal. But if you want to submit it again to one of the Pathfinder challenges, please make sure that the thematic area fits to that proposal. You cannot, of course, submit any proposals that are out of scope for that specific topic that we call for in 2023.
And can this be done in the same year, Martin?
Well, it will in practice be, I think, possible, because we are committed to provide information about the evaluation results 5 months after the call deadline. That means for this specific Pathfinder Open call in 2023, this would be at the latest on the 7th of August, if I'm not mistaken, which would leave you enough time to indeed improve and prepare your proposal for the Pathfinder Challenges call with a call deadline in October.
Okay, thank you. I'll take
and maybe I could add another dimension to this, because there is another question which is often asked: what about other calls? I mean, we are of course conscious that there are calls from ERC, there are national calls, whatever, and sometimes your idea could be funded by them as well. And of course, we understand that you are interested in getting your ideas funded, and therefore you are submitting your proposal elsewhere in parallel. That's all fine. The only thing that we are asking you is that if you are so good, and it can happen that you are so good and excellent that you get a positive reply from several programs, please come forward once this happened, and then we can usually discuss and see whether it's appropriate to withdraw your proposal, or in the case of ERC, for example, sometimes we have negotiated a combined package where certain elements are funded by ERC and certain elements because we have a consortium approach, it can be interesting then to add this consortium dimension to what is going on there. The important thing is that you come forward, because if you don't and you end up in a situation where the same job, same project, same research is funding in two places, this is actually considered as a fraudulent behavior, and it can become a big problem for you later on. So it's understandable you apply everywhere, but please come forward before signing grants for the same plan.
Thank you, Timo. Thank you, Martin, again. I'm afraid we are running out of time, so thank you to everybody who submitted their questions. We still have many that we could be answering, but all the questions, all the answers that you've heard today, and also the answers to the questions that we haven't had time to answer, will go into our frequently asked questions document on the EIC website. So thank you very much. And now we're going to give the floor to our colleagues for transition, Aoife, Viorel, Marco, over to you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Timo. Thanks, Martin, again. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. I'll just give Viorel a second to turn his video on. There we are. Hello, everyone. And thank you for joining us here at the EIC Work Programme 2023 Info Day. My name is Aoife Mangan, and I am the moderator for this session on the EIC Transition, which supports the maturation and validation of novel technologies in the lab and in relevant application environments, as well as the development of business cases and models in support of the innovation's future commercialization. Here to tell us about the opportunities in 2023 is Viorel Pekka, head of the Transition Unit and a driving force behind this aspect of the EIC. Welcome to you, Viorel, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Aoife. Thank you, and a real pleasure to present to all our stakeholders the EIC Transition Work Programme 23. Unfortunately, my colleague Marco Giorgini, head of Sector 1, could not present. He's online, but unfortunately, due to serious flu, he's not able to present, but will be a bit later with us during the Q&A session. We have a limited time, so let's start. The next slide. Look, why would you be interested in transition? I think our Commission President Ursula von der Leyen put it very well when she said that Europe is very good of making science with money, but less in making money from science and technology. So I think transition is one of the few schemes that is really focusing on this European paradox, on providing and supporting your project results, positive project results from a selected programs to their quest to market, to innovation, and then to market. So I think this is one of the main reasons. What we see is that transition is has been very well received from all our stakeholders. More than 50, or in the beginning was 60% of the applicants came from ERC POC and so on. So it's really turning into a very selective program focused on transforming the research results into innovation and impactful company. We have quite a lot of university applicants, and this will help them with their third mission. We are providing funding beyond your initial grant. Actually, we're one of the, like I mentioned, few that is doing follow-up funding. And by providing seal of excellence to the SMEs, we are in case that your proposal is good, but we don't have enough funding, will help you get funding from national schemes. Next slide. No. A bit the transition at a glance, if you want, in terms of process. So we are providing support for increasing or maturing the technology, TRL 5.6, and you have both open and challenges. We'll see a bit later about that. And in terms of application, it's a special call, like I mentioned. It's a restricted call in the sense that only the project results, and I underline project results, coming from the following programs can apply. So obviously the FET, the Future Emerging Technology from H2020, the predecessor of Pathfinder, and increasingly the Pathfinder project can apply, obviously. Then we have also the flagship, the FET flagship, the three flagships, human brain, quantum, and graphene, and then the three ERANETs from FET, and then a novelty, and then of course ERC POC, like I mentioned, more than 50% of applicants and even around 50% of beneficiaries are coming from ERC POC. Actually, it is it has an excellent complementarity with ERC and ERC POC. And there are two important novelties in Work Program 23. So for the first time, we are opening transition to European Defence Fund project result, of course, focusing on civilian application. Due to the timing, for the moment, only the 18 projects from the preparatory action are eligible, but from next year and the next year, so also the EDF themselves, project results will be eligible. And another novelty, but just for transition challenges, so please pay attention to this, the low TRL project results from the whole H2020, and when the time will come from Horizon Europe, are eligible from this year, okay, from Work Program 23 basically, so applying next year. These two novelties are quite important and are marking quite a important extension of eligibility of our program. If you have a project result that are not fitting in this program, it's important to understand that you are not eligible. Okay, in terms of financial contribution, we can provide between 0.5 up to 2.5 million euros, more if well justified. I will come back on that, and we can even provide booster grants for extra activities. Next slide. Now, this year this year it's Work Program 23, right? So we'll have 128 million euro, more or less, a bit less than 22, where it was 130. The more than half, 67 million, are going to open, and 60 million to the three challenges, and you see their name, the full-scale micro nano bio devices for medical and medical research application, environmental intelligence, and chip-scale optical frequency comm. A bit more detail in the next slide. And then you can apply. I think Transition is one of the few schemes that has this particularity that you can apply from mono-beneficiary to small consortia. And small consortia means less than or equal to 5. And actually, the profile is a sort of a V profile in the sense that the mono-beneficiary and the 5 partnering consortia are the most popular application and then project. So pay attention to this, please, because we've seen, at least in the past, this has been quite an important source of ineligibility. So obviously, if you are mono applicants, you can apply. You can be for member state or Australia country. 2 beneficiary has to be from 2 different countries. Doesn't matter if it's a member state or associated country. 3 beneficiary, obviously, they need to be from 3 different countries. Sounds a bit strange, but we have a few cases where this was not the case and led to complications. And then out of these 3, 1 needs to be a member state. And then 4 or 5 more. And we have here some examples, because again, in the beginning, we had some questions, so we'll put this for reference, but I just want to mention, and my colleagues Timo and Marty refer also to associated partners, mostly UK and Switzerland, which they can participate. They are not counted towards eligibility. So for example, if you have 2 member states or associate country and an associate partner, it will be like a 2 members consortium, right? And also what you can have is an associated entity, okay? But then that will also apply, will not count. So if you have, for example, a mono beneficiary with an SME, it can have an associated entity, the university, but that you need to demonstrate there is a relation between the two, because, for example, it's a spin-off from that university, okay? And then again, I will not go in detail over all the cases, but please, I mean, you can see the slide afterwards, but please pay attention. It's not complicated actually, but we've seen in the past that there were quite some ineligibility causes because of this. Okay. Now, an important question can you apply if you are not part of initial consortium? I mean, we are highlighting this all over the work program, and we'll have a special section a bit later, but clearly, yes, actually, it would be legal if this call would be restrained to participants from previous projects. Actually, it's restrained to the project results, and applicants or beneficiary can be anybody included that were not part of the initial consortium. So what you need to take into account is, of course, that you need to confirm the commitment of the initial owner of the project results, at least that the institution will negotiate with you when the right time comes, a fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory access to such a result, especially IPR, but not only. Okay, so this is very important, and I think in the next slides it will be afterwards put some examples. Okay, now please back to the previous slide. Okay, so it's an important process of the whole journey. So the first time, yeah, you should not start immediately applying. I know that you are anxious to start, but actually you should check your eligibility. Really, really important. And also there are 3 questions, I will come back on them, that you need to answer before I actually start drafting. Okay, then you apply as usual, fully electronic via the funding and tenders portal. Our proposal is restricted to 20 pages, 20, okay, not 17 or 18, not more than 20. And as in case of Pathfinder, afterwards, after 20 pages, they will not be taken into consideration. So please do not put them. We have a few cases, but nevertheless, that try to complain that we did not take this into account. Okay. And then you see the 2 deadlines. You can apply at any time, but we have 2 cutoff dates, more or less the same. A bit earlier this year, 12 April, and then 27 September 23. That we will close, and then we will start the evaluation. And the first step you see there, step 3 in this slide, but in terms of evaluation, we have a remote evaluation of 3 experts and then we'll do the average of that, and we will rank them and take more or less double the amount of available funding. Excuse me. And then you will be informed of the results, if positive or negative, within these 9 weeks from a call deadline. So pretty fast. And then the next step is the jury phase, and this is specific for transition. If I said in the past that transition is sitting almost physically between the Pathfinder and Accelerator, so the evaluation process is a bit combined. So it's very important component. You will be interviewed by a jury made up of 5 or 6 evaluators, and if it's transition challenging, the project manager usually participate, and he can ask or she can ask questions. Very important to understand that in the remote phase, you are competing with the others, and of course a bit yourself, because you need to be above the threshold. While in the jury phase, you are only competing with yourself because of the go, no-go approach. So your proposal needs to be not only better than the others, but very good in itself. And the threshold is quite high. Now, the 5th step is you are informed. Again, we try to inform you within 13 weeks from the call deadline, which is approximately this fast track, and then the grant will start. We are expecting you to start very quickly afterwards, within 1 or 2 months. So be prepared for that, and as soon as you are informed, start to, if you have any vacancies that you need for docs, postdocs or docs, to publish them already at that step. And then, of course, afterwards, the grant agreement is signed, and we want to sign the grant agreement pretty fast. So again, be prepared for that. And then, yeah, you will have a PO, you will have a PM, perhaps, and even a tech-to-market advisor. Next slide, please.
Viadel, can I just remind our audience here that similar to the last session, you can submit any questions you have on Slido using hashtag EICWP23, and VRL will address those questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Viadel.
Indeed, very good point, Aoife. And obviously, you will see also the other questions. So if your question has been already asked by somebody else, you just vote, and this will increase the ranking and visibility. So very important slide. Look at it as a kind of foundation of your proposal. proposal, your kind of the structure, architecture. So first important starting point is TRL 3 and 4, and you will need to clarify this in the template, and not 2, and not 5. Okay, this is very important. So we are trying to cover this gap between Pathfinder and Accelerator. So it's important to understand that transition, for many reasons, actually, not only TRL, is not a Pathfinder or ERC 2.0, and is not replacing Accelerator because, for example, it's a higher success rate or whatever. And then very important to answer a clear yes to all 3 questions below that you see there. And please take this serious, because writing a proposal, even if 20 pages, it's a serious effort. Also for us, it's serious effort to evaluate it. So it's better to see, and if you are not yet sure, just to take a bit more time and then only then apply. Okay, so don't rush your answer to the 3 questions that you see. Technology ready in terms of maturation, for example. You did perform some early market and competition exploration. In the work program 22, you use incipient. Perhaps that was not clear, but what it means that you doesn't have to be perfect like Accelerator grade, but you have to do it, and it's not that a tick the box exercise, okay? Because the experts, especially in the jury phase, will look into this aspect and will grill you on that. And then, of course, you need a motivated and diverse team, not only to advance the technology maturation from 3, 4 to 5 or 6, that's of course important, and research will be needed, but also to advance towards the market and to the innovation and the market. And then it's very important you have these twin tracks: maturation, technology track, and the business track. Of course, the technology track will bring you from TRL 3, 4 to 5 or 6, and then the business track you will refine the early market and competition exploration and the business model. You also have coaching, etc., so that you will be ready for Accelerator. What is important is that these 2 tracks have to be there with various weights in terms of effort, money, etc., etc. You will see a bit more detail, and they need to communicate a bit between them, because the findings from any of them is influencing the others, and that's why the business track might not start necessarily at day 1, but for sure start in the beginning of the project, not just at the end. In the last 3 months, you tick the box, okay? And then at the end, we want a functional version, a fully fledged prototype that has been demonstrated in the relevant environment. That's why you need the market. You need to know in which market you will, and it may be that you can choose. You can have several markets, because we had the Pathfinder before, and you see we are looking for a foundational technology. So the same technology you can apply. Resist the temptation to do it to spread very thin. You have to be focused. Choose one, perhaps in the best Excel 2, but I would definitely advise for 1. It would be hard enough, and then you do that characteristic and requirements in mind. And then again, supported by a sound implementation plan. Now, I keep on repeating the transition is a flexible scheme in terms of several things. And we have put in the work program, we call this illustrative examples, 3 pathways, but there can be more. One is transition to technology. So here your focus may go towards maturing the technology, but again, without forgetting the business aspect. And usually this may be a collaborative project. Then you have another version called transition to market, where you may be an SME or a startup alone, or a very small consortium that you want to go faster to the market. And then transition to entrepreneurship. Actually, in the beginning, I was not sure about that, but I'm happy that this was accepted, because we see it a lot, especially from ERC. But not only that, you have some small team of postdoc or of doc that take the result of the result and really run to the market. No need 2.5 million. They usually go for smaller amounts, and this is really enlightening to see, and very motivated actually. Next slide. Now, we put here in 2 slides an example of this commitment letter, because we were asking, look, what you should have in this letter. I don't want to read them, but definitely please use them. They are also in the FAQ, by the way, and use them as an inspiration. Okay, your case obviously may be different and special. Next slide, we have even a more complicated examples, because you may have more than one patent, for example. So it can be as complicated or as simple as you need. And again, it's not even the licensing, because usually the licensing comes later, depends on which market, etc., etc. So this is not that you need to put the whole license agreement there. Okay. Next slide. very important as saying, if you are a company, you will receive, and your proposal is good, but not good enough to receive or not enough funding, you will receive a seal of excellence. And it's important that to check the box so that your data can be transferred to your national or regional authority that can contact you or can provide funding afterwards. Okay. Next slide. No, next. It's very. I mean, this is one of the very important questions we know from the previous info day. So that's why I put a few slides dedicated on that. So what we've seen again and again, that on one hand there are researchers who wants to apply and rightly so recognize their strength is not on entrepreneurship innovation and it's perfectly okay. So they are looking for partners, right? And then at the same time, I think there are SMEs that they may be interested because they see a fit between their strategy and some project results. So how did they get together? Next slide, I put this this kind of triple I project: get informed, get interconnected, and so on. So let's start with the information. If you are a startup or an entrepreneur that want to collaborate and apply to the transition, you need to read about transition because it may be that this is not familiar with you. And then you have a few sources of information. First, we will publish, like always, a list of eligible projects on transition. There is also, and all these projects are on Cordis, so definitely you can find more information searching with the project ID and project number. There is a dedicated section on Innovation Radar for the transition. So if you go on to radar.eu, you will see it immediately if you scroll down a bit, and then you can see and you can search for keywords, country, etc., etc. And ERC POC, they have their own ERIS, their own portal, and you can see, I think there you have the link. If you are a researcher, obviously, if not the case, you need to see to get familiar with the transition and to look at the collaborations on which this can happen, including the confirmation on IPR and so on. Next slide. So again, more detail on the sources. So list of eligible projects, and you have quite some information there. It's a big Excel file, keywords, abstract, etc. You have the link towards the Innovation Radar, and of course, following this and a bit of exploration, you can identify and contact the owner of the results and negotiate a bit, see if there is, you can meet in the middle and collaborate, and if so, just write together the proposal, okay? Next slide, and then, yeah, you see, get informed, get involved, and then, what you can also do to be even more interconnected and to increase your network, talk definitely with your NCPs. They are NCPs, they are specialized, so NCP for ERC, for PET, and even or Pathfinder, and even for Accelerator, and they can help you even to do part of this, and because they are themselves networking to Access2EIC, and they can ask each other NCP, look, do you know an SME, or do you know a researcher or project result in this and that area? Okay. Next slide. Let's move now and some lessons learned, because I think it's important for you that you pay attention to them, because yeah, we already have almost 2 years and 3 cutoffs evaluated. So what we've seen, especially in the last in the first cutoff of 2022, well, not many, but 1 or 2 projects where when I signed them, I thought like, the business potential could be bigger. Okay. This is very important because, first of all, yeah, we have a duty towards the public funding, and also when you go towards Accelerator or private investment, if the business opportunity is not interesting enough, you will not succeed to Accelerator, and the private investor will not. So basically, you will be blocked there. So please, and we have particularly clarified the evaluation criteria. So look at the evaluation criteria. There are some modification compared with program 22. Please pay attention to them. Again, the business model and market analysis. You need to do this preliminary business modeling and market analysis. It doesn't have to be perfect, but if it's not there, you will see the statistics, and the reply from our jury member will have an impact on your success chances. And then technology readiness 3 and 4. these are the minimum one, and don't, 5 is too high. Definitely, you can apply directly to Accelerator, and then you will be in a scheme which is on the market basically. Next slide. These are some feedback from the jury members that we have received, and we are passing this to you because it's really important. Otherwise, again, you will compete with yourself. So if you are not good enough, you will fade there. Clarify who is owning the IPR, and then that you have their permission if it's not yours. What are the current, the input, and the expected TRL at the end of the project? Very important. Explain very clear the relation and the reasoning between the work package and the various tasks. Highlight the exploiting team. If you don't have such a members at application stage, and this is perfectly okay, then you need to convincingly say what you will do about it. It can be a spin-off, licensing, etc. But you need to be credible, okay? Obviously, if you have an SME or startup in the consortium with doing direct exploitation, it's more concrete. Rather, I say in 1 year from now or in 2 years from now, I will spin off this, I will create a company, etc., etc. That's okay, but you need to really provide detail and be credible, okay? And of course, business modeling and business objective needs to be credible, and you will be specially grilled on that. Next slide. Yeah, you see here, this was a survey that we asked the jury member for what are the major weaknesses of the basically no-go proposal, the one that failed. And again, here it may fail even if there is enough budget, okay? And you see by far the biggest one is the lack of understanding of the market and the competition, okay? So really pay attention to that. We know it's not easy for you, especially if you come from EIC or from FET or Pathfinder, but this is something that you have to do. Again, for transition, it doesn't have to be perfect, and then if you will have to see if you have an exploitation partner may help you, and that's why it may make sense to collaborate together. The second one, still almost 60%, is the team. Okay, and I think there is a link between the two. So really need to explain that the team is the best, not only in terms of research, but also convincing to bring that the team can bring this innovation to the market. And you see their lessons. So you need to know and to study the potential markets that your technology can apply. You cannot say, but there is no competition. If that's really the case, I mean, it's very doubt, but you need to prove it, and that's quite a high threshold there. And you also need to explain which problem you will solve. Good. Next slide, please. On the other side, the strengths of the project or proposal that were selected, you see there the novelty was an important factor. At the same time, we see that most of the proposals are quite okay on this point because they are not, the first time they're coming from ERC, coming from FED, coming from flagship. So these are very selective programs. And then the second factor for the success is the team. Okay, a bit like I mentioned, and then linked to that is understanding and knowledge of the market. Okay, so really pay attention to this and highlight it briefly, but well in your proposal. Next slide. Here you see some examples from our portfolio of projects. You see in terms of the valorization pathway, you see that the direct exploitation by a member of the consortium, including mono-beneficiary, is the most popular, followed by a spin-off, whether that is in the making or done or will be made a bit later in the proposal. And even licensing is okay, but again, you need to be convincing, just enough to say, we will license our technology. No, you need to be convincing. Next slide. Yeah, a bit some lessons learned in terms of eligibility. You see there are some statistics, but what is important to understand is that if we look at the first cutoff and in the right-hand side, the second cutoff in 2022, that we receive a lot of proposals without a linked eligible project. Really, I mean, even in the first cutoff, we received 8, but still they represent 38%. And this in the second cutoff, September 22, we received 68. So really, this is a restraint call. Not anybody can apply. So if if you just think that by applying like this blindly you can succeed, you are mistaken. So really, you need to apply only if you were part or you had the initial project result from the one that I mentioned in the beginning. Okay. And you see here, you see also a bit of statistics. Definitely 2 countries stand up there, but please do not try. It's really waste of your time and our time as well. Of course, luckily in this case we can detect it at eligibility phase, so we are not really, you know, kind of putting evaluation resources on it. But even so, it really bothered us and skewed our statistics. Next slide. Yeah, so you see here in 2022, we had quite a number of proposals. So overall, almost 500 proposals. However, a lot of those were ineligible. Okay, so you see, we evaluated the last September 183 under 287, and we are now in the jury phase this week as we speak, actually, and we are counting on a success rate between 14 and 20%. Our, let's say, sweet spot is around 20% success rate. In the first cutoff date is very important, this aspect. You see 14% success rate. This didn't happen because we didn't have budget. Actually, we did not consume the budget for the first cutoff, approximately half of it, but we didn't have enough good quality proposal. Again, you compete with yourself. Next slide. Yeah, so next slide. This was a reminding of the remnant of the previous slide. So next slide. Okay, so let me go now over novelty. So what is new in the work program at 23? Obviously challenging. They are every year new. We will not go into detail, a bit like in Pathfinder, because we will organize dedicated info day for each and every challenge. So for the full-scale micro nano bio, we will update the slides, but you can write down, if you are interested on that, 2nd of February 2023, we will organize a dedicated info day for these specific challenges. The environmental intelligence, you see there, 1st of February next year. And then for the chip scale optical frequency comp, 9th of February. So you can write this down, but I think you can already start, working on your proposal based on the work program. And when these info days will be done, will be held, then you can also ask more specific questions. Okay. Next slide. We clarify a bit the evaluation criteria. So like I mentioned before, we added clear focus on higher business potential. Okay, and you see there the exact text. Does the technology indicate high potential business application? Okay, and then on the team expertise, we made it clear that is not only the scientific expertise but also the innovation expertise. Okay, so please pay attention to this. Now, we also added another in the impact, the potential for scale up, because again, this will be asked by Accelerator, so you want to be prepared for that. And then this was a recommendation from the EIC Advisory Board, if not mistaken. We added a clear measure to track progress. So we are asking not only KPIs, but also milestones. So you can say after first year or after first half a year, we will reach here. So which will help you track and the PM track progress towards your announced KPI. Okay, so not only KPI, but also milestone. This is very important. Okay, and also helpful for you or for us for proactive management and so on. Okay, next slide. Yeah, this is just to highlight that we have put this year very clear in the work program the evaluation criteria that are used at jury phase. Okay, they are obviously for excellence, implementation, and impact, and so on. But we'll not go into detail of them. Just to tell you that they are in the work program. Please have a good look at them. Of course, you need to pay particular attention if you are invited to the interview. But I think you need also to look a bit in advance, because once you are invited to the interview, okay, you have your pitch, but the proposal will remain. So somehow you need to keep those in mind as well. Next slide. As I mentioned, we have an increase in the scope of eligible project for transition. Quite a big change. I will not repeat this slide. Again, EDF, European Defence Fund, particularly the 18 PADR projects, and then for transition challenges, all the low TRL. And I underline low TRL. Okay, so it's not any H2020 project results, of course, but these results need to be at TRL 3 or 4. This is very important. Okay. Next slide. And then we have removed the restriction on the resubmission. I think that was part of the learning curve. But you know, a bit like with Pathfinder, if you received a low score, in particular below threshold, you know, not just resubmit. It doesn't make sense, really. You need to seriously take the feedback into account and address it well to have a different chance, different outcome than the first time. Okay, so really, please take this advice for you first and foremost into account. Do not resubmit just like that. Do those insignificant improvements. Next slide. In terms of additional opportunities, we hope to put in implementation the Bootstrap grant. We have actually modified Annex 5 and clarified for this. And then, of course, for Pathfinder is the EIC Transition. For the transition project result, you will be you have the benefit of fast track, so you apply directly to the second part of the full proposal part of Accelerator. And we have a wide range of business acceleration services, including for Pathfinder and Transition. We have extended this, especially from the beginning of next year. So please try, if you have time, try to attend the session of business acceleration services in the afternoon. I would like to thank you for your interest in the transition. We are convinced that the success and the successful transition is a question of balance between, you know, finding the place between the Pathfinder and Accelerator and creating our own identity. I'm open for your question. I'm very curious for your question. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Viorel, for the very informative presentation. A reminder to all of our audience members that you can continue to submit your questions on Slido. The questions are rolling in. And you can also vote which questions you want to be answered in there, because we will likely not be able to answer all questions today, but any relevant questions that we do not manage to answer in this session will be answered in our frequently asked questions document. Viorel, can I ask you to just pull down your screen a little bit so we can see you even clearer? Very good. Also joining us for our Q&A session is Marco Giorgini, Head of Sector for Tech to Market Activities. He's kindly joined us to answer your questions. Welcome to you, Marco.
Thank you, Marco. I know you make a big effort.
Very good. Okay, so our first question. Can you comment on the success rates, selected projects versus submitted applications of the Pathfinder Transition Accelerator schemes? Okay, so this is quite a general question, but maybe Viorel, Marco, you can answer the transition aspect of this.
Yes, let me quickly answer the transition. Indeed, the Pathfinder Accelerator are less than 10% for transition. Our target is 20% for the moment. We are at 14% in 2022, the first cutoff date, a bit more in 2021. But again, the reason is not because we didn't have budget, but because we did not have a good quality proposal. So definitely, I think if your proposal is very good, you have a good chance here. It's a restrict call, so yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much, Viorel. And second question. Is it possible to have different EIC transition proposals based on the same eligible project? Good question.
Very good. We have this question also in the previous year. The short answer is yes, but I mean, in Pathfinder, we have various sizes of projects. So we have the Pathfinder Open, 3 million. And then in the FED Proactive, for example, we had projects that were 5, 6, or even 8 or 10 million. So obviously, we could not restrict and put all of them in the same straitjacket. So especially if you have a bigger project, you can apply to more than one transition, but definitely do not do this because you want to increase your chances. Okay, this is so I would rather be conservative here, especially if you have several innovation and you are coming from a FET Open or whatever. I will choose one that you think is the best, has the biggest chance, and run with it. Okay, but in principle, yes, it is possible to submit more than one transition from the same base project. Also, what we have seen in the past is that there is a transition that combine more than one Pathfinder or other projects. Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Virel. Just before we go to the next question, I understand there are a lot of questions on Slido about the publishing of the slides and the recording of the info day. To let you know, this will be published on the EIC website, specifically on the EIC Info Day webpage of the EIC website as soon as possible. So we'll get that up ASAP, let's say. But it should be certainly within the coming days. Okay, next question for Virel and Marco. I am a beneficiary of a FET Open. So this is Pathfinder. Do I have to wait until it is finished to apply for EIC Transition? What are the conditions? Do we receive an invitation for EIC Transition? So 3 questions in one here. I'll allow Virel and Marco to decide who wants to take this one.
I can take it. No, you don't have to wait until it's finished to apply to EIC Transition. However, I would say that the TRL needs to be the right one. And here I would stress on the minimum TRL 3 or better, it's 4. So there is the rule that the project from which the result is coming needs to have started at least from 12 months. So this is the minimum, but everything is detailed in the work program. What are the conditions? The ones that I mentioned, at least started from 12 months and not finished before 24 months. Do we receive an invitation for EIC Transition? No. But there might be a discussion during the review meeting with the program manager if participates to the FET Open review meeting or with the expert, especially the innovation expert.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Marco, if I can add, indeed, I mean, the 1 year, they're actually more for ERC POC because they are shorter project, but actually for a Pathfinder FET, you have to be in the second part of your project, right? Because it's after 1 year, maybe a bit too early. Also, you have to be ready to start the project because what we've seen, especially in the work program 21, is that we really did huge efforts to evaluate quick, and then we say, I want to start my project in 8 months or 9 months. And one of the reasons that was actually the most invoked was my FET project did not finish, and I need these results, etc. And also the team. So you need to take this dependency into account. Again, we do it 2 times a year. It's better to wait till you are ready, and also with the maturity level, as Marco explained, and then to apply. Don't try to apply too early. Okay.
Very good. Thank you very much, Marco and Virel. So another question from Pablo. Could you clarify what exactly is required as business modeling? We had feedback about needing finance projections, but the extent of the detail that they need in the application is not clear enough. So Virel, Marco, could one of you clarify what's required here?
Marco, you want to?
Yeah. Yes. Well, business modeling here, I think there are different canvas, there are different structure, there are also different, slightly different meaning about business modeling. I would say that the most important element of a business model to be included in a EIC transition is really what is your value proposition? What is the problem that you are trying to solve with the innovation that you are bringing forward? What are the strategic resources? What are the strategic assets that you will use? what is also expected in terms of market and customers that you are addressing. And of course, here we are aiming at a significant business opportunity. It's not just something that it's niche or will not have a significant impact. So these are essentially the items that you will need to include in the EIC transition proposal. Business model, I think the work program is mentioning incipient business model. These are the initial elements. Of course, this will be developed in the project, in the EIC transition project, if selected for funding.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Clear, Marco. Thank you very much. Another very popular question. For a transition challenge, is there any thematically relevant H2020 or Horizon Europe project eligible? Or is there a time limit? For example, it has ended no longer than 24 months since the deadline of the application.
Well, I will try to take this one. Obviously, the time limit is there. So all the requirements that are needed for any project or any proposal to apply, like not started less than 12 months and not finished more than 25, are the same for transition as well. In terms of thematic, obviously, if we have a challenge in a health domain and you had the H2020 project in the health domain, then obviously the chances of compatibility are higher, but not necessary, because we know at least, for example, from the FET or whatever, is that there are results that can be used across several application fields. So obviously, again, the one that is the most close to the challenge are the most relevant, but that's not a must. That's not a must.
Very good. Thank you very much, Virel. And another popular question, can big companies exploiting results from EDF or PAD funds participate in the EIC transition program? Who would like to take this?
I can take it. Yes, big companies can be part of a consortium and exploit the results, but they cannot participate as mono beneficiaries or single applicant.
Yeah.
Clear. Good. And a question from Caspers. What do you mean by the requirement to already have a team for commercialization as a starting point? Do you mean a team from previous projects, or can you clarify a little bit here, Virel or Marco?
Yes, if I can take this. Look, I think it was quite clear that it's not only possible, we are encouraging what they call new blood. So in other words, participants that were not part of the initial projects, okay? So clearly is not from not necessarily from the previous project, can be a new partner that is focused towards exploitation of that project result, of course, after increasing the TRL and so on and so on. And we can understand, especially if you again come from a FET or ERC, that your team from previous project result will maybe mostly a researcher. So you have several options here, whether you could say, I find somebody, or he or they find you, and then they will take it over and I agree with them, etc. Or you are together part of a consortium, but or you can even say, but again, you have to be careful to really mean it and to be credible, to say, look, in 1 year from now, I will create a spin-off and I will bring an entrepreneur. We are expanding actually as we speak the tech to market business acceleration services to help you with services as entrepreneurship in residence, executive in residence, etc., etc. So we will try to make it easier for you to acquire during the project these entrepreneurial or management talent that you need for the commercialization. Okay.
Fantastic, Virel. And the next question, I think you've already touched upon it, but maybe you can also answer it more directly. Is starting a company the preferred outcome of the EIC transition projects?
No,
Virel, Marco?
I would say is not the preferred, is one of the option. And in my previous slide, I showed the statistics. Actually, in terms of popularity, direct exploitation, which means that there is already a company, usually SME, part of the consortium that will exploit the innovation, okay? And then you have a spin-off, which means basically, starting a company, whether that this has been already started and is part of the consortium, or is applying actually a mono beneficiary, or will be created a bit later during the project. Okay, so I wouldn't say is a preferred, is one of the outcomes.
Very good, clear. And another popular question from Esther: is it possible to apply for the transition with required TRL and also apply for the Pathfinder to create new innovations, but both based on the same idea? Interesting question.
Very interesting question.
Yeah, to me, looks like a bit of contradiction in the sense that if it is based on the same idea, I think, and it is just an idea, then probably the TRL is not yet there, is not sufficiently high for transition. I've seen technology being applied in maybe in different application, medical and non-medical, and for that the TRL might change. I would suppose that for different application and for this might happen, but I think here it's very important to make sure that for transition the TRL is sufficiently high. And of course, I will not talk for what are the requirements for Pathfinder, but I think it's important to verify also the requirement for Pathfinder.
Absolutely, Marco. And on top of that, I've had also, I mean, succeeding and then running a European project is hard enough, and requires focus, not only at the proposal stage, but also afterwards. So, you know, it's you need to know what you want, and yeah, it's just I don't see this very feasible, to be honest.
Very good, clear. Thank you for your question, Esther. And the next question: how does the fast track from transition to accelerator work? At what stage can we apply for the accelerator? So the way this is phrased, possibly this is a beneficiary of transition already who wants to apply for the accelerator. At what stage can they apply? Virel, Marco, over to you.
Well, normally this happens at a review or a progress meeting. So during the meeting, the innovation radar expert can assess if the progress of the project, of the EIC transition project, is sufficient actually to accelerate and to fast track to accelerator. So given this assessment during the meeting, then the beneficiary is invited to fill a form and submit the request, as this will essentially allow to skip the step 1 evaluation of the accelerator and apply directly to step 2, full proposal for accelerator.
Very good. Thank you, Marco. So here is another interesting question. Can a spin-off of an SME, which was a beneficiary of an EIC Accelerator pilot company, be eligible for a transition challenge? So it's again about moving around between the aspects of the program.
If I can answer very quickly this one, the answer is no. There are 2 reasons. First of all, if you look at transition is a restricted call, and it doesn't say EIC, it does say EIC Pathfinder, okay? And second, also from a TRL point of view, I mean, if you have an accelerator project, you know, an entry TRL might be higher than what we have at the end, so cannot apply in the beginning.
Very good. Clear. Next question. I submitted a proposal for transition and haven't yet received any result after 8 weeks. Any advice, Vidal, Marco?
Well, yes. Any advice? Letter should be externalized very, very shortly. So I think are at the very final stage. If you were invited for the interview, you would be doing the interview this week. So the result for the first step should be out very, very shortly.
Very soon. So not long to wait. Very good. And not yet the last question, but almost the last question. What about copyright issues? Reusing some parts of our scientific publications. Is that allowed? Vidal, Marco.
Well, if you are the author of your scientific publication, I must assume that you own the copyright for that, and so I don't see major issues in this in applying to EIC transition. Maybe the question is I'm not grasping the issue here.
Okay, no, I think your answer is clear. Vidal, do you have anything you might want to add to that, or?
No, I fully agree. What is important is again to identify very clearly, and we have I think it's even on the first page, part B, the link project. This is very important. It needs to be in that place, not put it somewhere else. That's the more. And of course, if the publication are related to the results of that link project, then of course, if you are owner, then you have the right on them. If not, you need this this proof that I mentioned before.
Very good. Thank you, Vidal. And I think this needs to be our last question. Pablo is back. Thank you, Pablo, for your questions. If a project foresees startup creation, should researchers stick to being employed through the university, or should they switch to the startup with the EIC funding? A very interesting question here.
Very
Vidal,
interesting
Marco.
indeed. Well, look, I think this is more for you and also the legislation of that specific member states. What we've seen in certain cases, for various reasons, is that the PI, for example, they continue to be to stay with the university as a professor, and then employed part-time by the spin-off, for example, most often as a CSO, Chief Scientific Officer, or CTO, or whatever. Not that much as CEO, because CEO may be difficult to do it part-time. I think these are what we've seen in the current projects that we have some working arrangement. But again, it's up to you to decide this. I think from our point of view, it's not that doesn't make a difference.
Very good, thank you.
If you go for part-time, you will input the timesheet accordingly, but that's a detail.
Very good. Thank you very much, Vidal. And there are lots more questions coming in. Unfortunately, this is all we have time for now. Otherwise, we start eating into everybody's lunch break. But we will take any relevant questions that remain on Slido and answer them in the frequently asked questions on the EIC website. Again, just to let you know, the slides will be published on the EIC website shortly. I'd like to thank Vidal and Marco for being here, for presenting the overview for next year, and also for answering the array of very interesting questions. And to all of our audience, thank you very much for joining. We will be back at 1 o'clock for the EIC Accelerator session. Thank you very much for joining us, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Aoife, and good luck to our proposal. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you. Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Aoife. As Aoife mentioned, we will reconvene at 1. So see you then. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. After the great sessions that we had this morning, we are continuing with the accelerator part of the EIC Info Day. I will pass the floor to Aminata Sissoko, the moderator for the next session, where we will have also Cornelius Schmaltz and Stefan Waki giving us the presentation on the accelerator part. Aminata, over to you. Thank you.
Aminata, I think you're muted.
We can't hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry. So good afternoon and welcome to the accelerator session of the EIC Info Day 2023. So my name is Aminata Sissoko and I am with Stefan Waki, head of the EIC department, and Cornelius Schmaltz, head of the EIC Accelerator unit. After the presentations on the EIC Accelerator novelties in processes and the EIC investment, Stefan and Cornelius will answer your questions. You can submit your question on Slido at hashtag EIC Work Program WP 2023. And don't forget to also vote for the other questions that you would like to see answered. Now over to you, Cornelius, for the presentation on the EIC Accelerator novelties in processes and codes in 2023.
Thank you very much, Amy. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to all of our listeners. It's a pleasure indeed for us to present to you today the EIC Accelerator, in particular with its novelties in 2023, but also as a general update and info for all potential applicants. So to start with the very basic idea of the principle, the raison d'etre of the EIC Accelerator, what are we looking for? We're looking for startups and SMEs that are seeking to scale up high impact innovations with the potential to create new markets or disrupt existing ones. This is about innovations building on scientific discovery or technological breakthrough. So it's about deep tech and about innovations where significant funding is needed over a long time frame and that are too risky for private investors alone. Next slide. What can companies apply for? In brief, in a nutshell, the default, so to speak, is blended finance with a grant component of up to or just below 2.5 million and equity that can range from 500,000 to 15 million. We also have the possibility to provide grant only when we can be sure that the applicant has sufficient finance to scale up, because as mentioned, the scaling up is the key component of the EIC. And we also have the possibility to provide grant first cases where still some technological development needs to be done before the decision about the scale up can be taken and where the equity can then come later. Next slide. In more detail, the grant component is a maximum, as I mentioned it, just less than 2.5 million. Eligible costs are reimbursed up to a maximum of 70%, and small and mid caps are not eligible for grant only. The investment component that comes with the grant component in most cases is a maximum of 15 million. The 0.5 million is really the very lowest threshold. We usually have components that start somewhere around 2 million. It comes in the form of, we will provide this in the form of direct equity or quasi-equity, and the EIC fund will aim to take a minority ownership, maximum 25% of the voting shares of the company. In reality, we're very far from these 25% in all of the cases that we have invested so far, and we operate on the principle of patient capital with a 7 to 10 year perspective on average, a maximum of 15 years. Next slide. Again, the conditions for these options: grant only if you can prove that you have sufficient financial means for your deployment and scale up at TRL 9. Very important, because the scale up is important for us. Grant first if your innovation still requires significant work to validate and demonstrate in relevant environments to assess its commercial potential before we would go to the equity stage for the scale up. And grant an investment if you need support for development TRL 5, 6 to 8 and deployment and scale up TRL 9. investment only under specific conditions that I think we come to in one of the following slides. If you're looking to fill the funding gap for rapid scale up of your high risk innovation and you don't need a grant, there's a D missing, and there's also an important component missing that I think comes in one of the following questions. No, it's okay. Next slide is fine. Comes in one of the following slides, and that we will also probably discuss in the questions. Who can apply? Who is eligible? Is single company, so no consortia, but subcontracting and affiliated entities are possible here. It's an SME according to the EU definition, less than 250 employees, less than 50 million euro turnover, and less than 43 million euro total balance sheet. And you have the link here below in the slide to the more details in the self-assessment self-assessment tool. In particular, the linked and partner enterprises is a slightly complicated definition that you need to look up in detail here. Small mid-caps up to 499 employees are eligible in exceptional cases and for rapid scale-up only. And we also allow natural persons and legal entities from any member state or associated countries that intend to establish an SME or a small mid-cap in a member state or associated country by the time of signing the accelerator contract. So important here to remember, we will only sign the contract with a small and medium enterprise, small or medium enterprise, but you can apply as an investor, for example, or as a natural person that intends to establish this entity. And if you are from a non-associated third country and you intend to establish your SME or to relocate an existing SME to a member state or associated country, then you need to do that prior to submitting the full proposal. So you can submit your proposal from a third country, a short proposal, but by the time of submitting the full proposal, you need to be established in member state or associated country. Next slide. We have two funding schemes, EIC Accelerator Open to support projects in any field of science, technology, or applications without predefined thematic priorities. This is our bottom-up branch, which is always slightly larger than the EIC Accelerator challenges, which are nevertheless very important to support projects within predefined thematic areas with the aim to achieve specific objectives in these challenges. Next slide. The evaluation process, about which I will talk in much more detail, in a nutshell, is composed of the following phases. We have a screening of short proposals performed by remote evaluators, which leads to a go, no-go decision within 4 weeks, upon which if you have a positive outcome, you can proceed to the next evaluation stage, which is the evaluation of full proposals performed by remote evaluators, which leads to a go or no-go in the next evaluation stage. And at the final stage, if you're successful at the full proposal, is the interview with participation of jury members, which then leads to the establishment of the final selection list of funded and non-funded proposals. Thank you. Next slide. In numbers, what have we done so far? Just an overview of our achievements. The pilot in Horizon 2020, so from late 2019 until the end of 2020, we have 230 running projects from this. We have over 300 million dispersed for this. We also have most of the investments related to these projects approved by the EIC fund. We have, again, the majority of companies already with a signed investment agreement and disbursement. On the Horizon Europe side, so from 2020, many of you will be aware that there was a delay in the establishment of the Horizon Europe component of the EIC fund. So therefore, we were initially a bit behind, but are now catching up very rapidly. There we have 214 contracts with the grant component signed. We have 206 million dispersed. The remaining contracts from the June cutoff will be finalized by the end of the year or very early in the next year. So we have a time to contract now of around 5 months approximately, counting from the submission of the full application. We have already a number of investments approved by the EIC fund after it was finally restructured and established by Commission decision in December. And we have 3 companies, I think now, that have already signed their investment agreements and associated money dispersed. Next slide. In terms of impact, we have incentivized, now this is for the entire portfolio of the EIC Accelerator with its predecessors, so the pilot and the SME instrument. Those have incentivized over 10 billion euro in follow-on investments in portfolio companies. We have a combined valuation of 40 billion, including 12 unicorns and 112 centaurs. This is from our just very recently published impact report that is also available online, the EIC impact report. And the 20% of funding for women-led companies puts us better than the average of the sector, but is also a reminder that we still need to do much better and need to increase the number of women-led companies. Next slide. Novelties in the 2023 call. Yes, thank you. We have very importantly new targeted accelerator challenges, which I will present. We have a fast track procedure that is now also available to companies that were awarded a grant under the Horizon 2020 EIC Accelerator. Those can now also go directly to the full application stage if their previous project is reviewed positively. And we have the seal of excellence that is now sent together with a rejection letter following an unsuccessful resubmission, or at least 12 months after the first submission if you choose to not resubmit. And you can also request an official rejection earlier if you do not want to resubmit. And then you will also receive the seal of excellence if you were successful in the full proposal stage. Next slide. Resubmission time limits are now clarified with a 12-month limit to resubmit the full proposal. Before we didn't have this time limit, and because of that, we will also make it possible for anybody who submitted to a previous cutoff in 2021 or 2022 for the last time to now resubmit in 2023. And we have a new rule for in the evaluation process, where in the evaluation of full proposals, if we will have 3 evaluators. Again, I go through this in more detail later. And if all 3 of these give a go on most of the criteria, and we have just one single criterion that receives a no-go, then we will actually add a 4th expert, which looks specifically at this criterion and then decides whether the applicant will be invited or rejected. Because normally you need at the full proposal stage a go from all evaluators on all criteria. Next slide. Grant-only support, again, we have clarified this a bit. Under the accelerator shall be provided only under the following cumulative conditions. The project shall include information on the capacities and willingness of the applicant to scale up. This, as I mentioned, is very important. Since you will not get equity from us, we need to be sure that you have the money to scale up. The beneficiary needs to be a startup or SME. Small mid-caps are not eligible for this. And a grant-only support under the accelerator can only be provided once to a beneficiary during the entire period of the program implementation, so from 2020 to 2027, with a maximum of 2.5 million. Next slide. On equity only, we have the clarification that EIC Accelerator can provide equity only support to non-bankable SMEs, including startups, which have already received a grant only support. We have now clarified, this will be published in an FAQ, that this grant only support can be in Horizon Europe, it can be in Horizon 2020, in the EIC Accelerator, or in the SME instrument. But this is a condition to applying for equity only. You need to have received an EIC Accelerator or EIC Accelerator predecessor grant only support. And small mid-caps under the EIC Accelerator, we will also publish an FAQ that defines exactly for which they are eligible. So they are eligible for blended finance under the condition that they are a single company classified as a small mid-cap, established in member states or associated country, and that they really ask for rapid scale-up purposes. We will have a bit more detail on this again in the FAQ that will be published. And I think we always had actually budget flexibility between open and challenge. So any budget that remains unused in the open part can be used for the challenges and vice versa, and also among the challenges. Next slide. The cutoff dates this year, we have the 11th of January, and then you also see the tentative interview weeks. This is very important. I saw already one question was about this, so here you have the answer on the tentative interview weeks. The 11th of January cutoff is only for open, not for the challenges. The remaining deadlines, which are for open and challenges, are 22nd of March, 7th of June, 4th of October. Very important, these are only the deadlines for the full proposal evaluation. Actually, I think maybe ideally this slide should look differently, because the important message for me is that if you're a new applicant that hasn't applied, the short proposal evaluation, this should be maybe on top, can be submitted at any time during the year, and you will receive feedback within 4 weeks. But in order to calculate your timing, when you can then submit the full proposal, these are the cutoffs for the full proposals. Voila, next slide. This is the Accelerator challenges on the left side. So you have a number of different challenges. It doesn't completely add up here to 523.5 million. If you count the individual amounts, you will come to 525, but 523 is the overall amount that is fixed in our budget table. We will have workshops on each of these challenges next year. I think we have a slide with the tentative dates on this. And for the open, the budget is even higher. It's 611.7 million. Those are our two calls, challenges and open. Next slide. So we now have the challenge slides. In the interest of time and in the interest especially of your questions, I will actually not read these in details. You find them published in the work program. We have tried to here summarize them in a few bullet points. The presentations are of course available to you. If you just scroll slowly through these challenges, I will just highlight one or two things on the next challenges. Please, next slide. So here you have the first and the second are health challenges. Third one, please. Next one. Energy storage. Next one. New European Bauhaus Architecture, Engineering and Construction Digitalization for Decarbonization Challenge. Next one. This is one that I wanted to highlight, emerging semiconductor or quantum technology components. Here we have mentioned in the work program that this submission to one of these challenges, because of the strategic importance to the EU, this is one where you may request an investment component of above 50 million euro in duly justified cases. So you will still need to justify it. But here I highlight that this challenge might be particularly suitable for these high investment components. Next one. So here you have this challenge has two components, the semiconductor chip component and the quantum technology component. Next slide. Here you have another challenge on novel technologies for resilient agriculture. And then I think comes the last one. Next one. Customer-driven innovative space technologies and services also. Next slide. The evaluation process. Again, here we have a number of slides. I will go through the first ones a bit more in detail, and then we have a number of slides that we will just scroll through. I will highlight a few things. It's available for your documentation. So here, the evaluation process is managed by the agency from which the colleagues that are here currently are all talking, by EISMEA, the executive, the European Innovation Council and SME agency. All proposals submitted in response to the EIC Accelerator calls for proposals are first collected in the EIC platform and checked against the admissibility and eligibility criteria as set out in Annex 2 and 3 of the work program. So first we check the admissibility and eligibility criteria, which you can find in the work program, and only those that pass will normally undergo evaluation. Next slide. We then evaluate the submissions against 3 award criteria, which are the same throughout the process, with details, with differences in the details: excellence, impact, and level of risk, implementation, and need for union support. And because the risk level of the investment is always one that is particularly tricky and maybe not completely obvious to understand, we have here the definition. Does the nature and the level of risk of the investment in your innovation mean that European market actors are unwilling to commit the full amount alone? Is there evidence that market actors would be willing to invest either alongside the EIC or at a later stage? So this is both components. Of course, we want to have, it's very important for us to have the perspective of market interest. And when the EIC fund invests, it usually does so always with co-investors, because the goal is to crowd in private investments. But on the other hand, we need to know that this cannot be done by the private market alone, that we see you might have investors, you hopefully have some investors that are already interested. It's not a prerequisite, but this usually is a good sign if you have other investors willing, but we need to understand that these are unwilling to commit the full amount alone. Again, more details in the work program. Next slide. This is, again, the evaluation in a nutshell, the different steps. We have two different visualizations of this. This is the first one. So the short proposal, you have a disruptive tech idea with the potential to scale up. You tell us your story and submit your short application to be assessed by remote evaluators. You then, in what we used to call the second step, we're now switching to a different technology, really focusing on short proposal and full proposal. But here in the second step, we actually help you to prepare your business plan, both with our platform for that, which helps you to structure your proposal. And we also provide coaching for you that you can benefit of if you want, in order to question all your business ideas, not to write the proposal, that really should be your task, but to deepen and strengthen your idea and make it better when you submit it to us. We then assess your full proposal with remote evaluators. As mentioned, then comes the interview in front of the EIC jury members, and then if selected, we sign. We then tackle both the grant component, which we will usually sign a bit faster. We need to see how this now runs at cruising speed of the EIC fund. And in case of an investment component, this will take a bit longer with the due diligence process and compliance checks. But at the end of the process, you will sign the EIC investment agreement, and then we will update your contract, because both are seen as two sides of the same coin. The grant component and the investment component go together, and also are, in many cases, of course, if something happens in one component, this has an influence on the other one. Next slide. This is just another view of this. Again, first, you have an idea. So you submit your short proposal in 5 pages, structured also by the EIC application platform. You prepare your full proposal, you submit your full proposal, and you pitch to the jury. Next slide. Short proposal is to respond to a set of questions on the IT platform, submit a 10-slide presentation, and submit a 3-minute video pitch. Next one. Your short proposal is evaluated by 4 experts in order to really open the door to innovation and to disruptive innovation in particular. We don't ask for consensus here. We want, of the 4 experts, only 2 goes. That means your full proposal goes through. This also implies that there's actually a relatively high success rate of over 50% for this first step. But it's important to weed out, to stop here proposals that really don't have a chance in the full application. And you can resubmit once to this proposal, to this short stage. Next slide. You then have prepare a business plan supported by the EIC platform and with the help of an EIC business coach, which is not mandatory. You submit your full proposal, and you should do so within 12 months of receiving the outcome of your short proposal evaluation, because otherwise the link between the two becomes tenuous, and that's why we ask for this time limit. Next one. The full proposal, we assign 3 experts to your proposal. You will normally have 3 goes. If you have 3 goes from all experts on all criteria, you're invited to the interview. If you have at least 1 no-go, then we now have this special procedure that I was talking about before. So with 1 no-go, you will be subject to the specific evaluation of a 4th expert. But if 1 no-go remains after the assessment of this 4th expert, then you are rejected, and you can once resubmit your full proposal at the full proposal stage. And you have the dates of the cutoffs for the full proposal process again. Next slide. This is now the remote evaluation process for resubmission. So here I'm hesitating a bit, because here you have the role of the 4th expert. I do not understand exactly. Oh, because I think this is, yeah, exactly. So this is what happens after the resubmission. I'm just hesitating. I will ask my colleagues who I think are, or we can check that afterwards. in my understanding, the 8 out of 9 go process with the fourth expert is valid in any case and not only for resubmissions. But I will take note of that in order to clarify that whether that is, as it appears here on this slide, is only applicable to resubmissions. In any case, so if you receive a go, you go to the interview. If you receive a no-go for a resubmission, then you cannot resubmit a third time to the full proposal. Then you need to go back to start and resubmit a short proposal. Next slide. The interview, you pitch your innovation to the EIC jury members composed of serial entrepreneurs, innovation specialists, and senior investors. You answer the questions from the EIC jury members, and if selected, you will sign the contract. Next slide. In the full proposal, in the interview, you have between normally 5 jury members. They usually decide by consensus. If there is no consensus to be obtained, which I think is an exception, then we have a voting by majority. If you receive a clear go from them, you go and prepare your contract, you're successful. The jury can also, in special cases, decide to give you a no-go with a direct second chance. So you can come directly back to the interview if there's one detail that just needs to be fixed. Or otherwise, they will usually give you a no-go with the seal of excellence. If they really feel that there were substantial flaws in your application that do not merit the seal of excellence, they can also decide to reject you without a seal of excellence. And in either of these cases, you can, if you fail for the first time in the interview, one resubmission is possible at the full proposal stage. At the interview stage, if you have the special permission of the jury, otherwise by default, one resubmission at the full proposal stage. Next slide. Again, the details of the resubmission rules. If you're rejected one time for the short application, you may resubmit at any time, but will of course be expected to have made improvements. If you're rejected a second time at the short proposal stage, you will not be allowed to submit another proposal for 12 months. This is importantly at the level of the entity. So this concerns one and the same SMEs. It does not concern, because we consider that most startups and SMEs really have one core idea. Therefore, you cannot come with a second idea from the same SME that submits its proposal. And and then after 12 months, you're asked to submit a new proposal, which of course should be significantly different and improved from the previous one. Next slide. In principle, the same for the full application. You can resubmit once directly to the remote full evaluation within 12 months from the date of the submission of the first full proposal. So not from the date when you get your result, but from the date of your first submission, and you will be expected to have made improvements. And if you were, if you're doing a first resubmission following a first submission in 2021 or 2022, then this year is your last chance to resubmit your full proposal. If you're rejected a second time, you will not be allowed, like in the first, in the short application, to submit another proposal for 12 months, starting from the date of submission of your revised full proposal, at which point you can then submit a new proposal, which of course, again, should be significantly improved. And I think now we have the next slide for the interviews. I think we had already discussed that. If you're rejected one time, but you get a second chance for direct resubmission to the face-to-face interviews, you should do that within the next 12 months. And you have actually the possibility to provide a rebuttal to address the issues identified by the jury and can upload an updated pitch deck. If you're rejected one time with a normal rejection, you can resubmit directly to the full proposal stage in the remote evaluation. Again, if you were rejected previously, 2023 is your last opportunity to do so. And if you're rejected a second time, then you go back to start with a short proposal and need to wait 12 months. Next slide. Importantly, as mentioned at the remote proposal stage, you have, if you're rejected for the first time and you resubmit, you have 2 important text boxes at which the next set of experts that evaluate your proposal will look at in detail. You can provide a summary of the changes that you made, and you can rebut comments from evaluators in the first evaluation. So if you were unhappy with your first evaluation, this is actually your best way to address this. We believe that this is much more efficient than a formal redress process, because here you go directly again to new evaluators. You have a new chance, and you can specifically address the errors that you, or the misperceptions that you think the first set of evaluators made. Next slide. So we now come to the evaluation criteria. This is again a set of slides that I will largely skip. We have this at the short proposal stage. So as I said, it's always the same principles. It's excellence, impact, and level of risk, and implementation and need for union support. These are the three criteria in either stage, short and long stage. They are elaborated with different sub-criteria and different questions, slightly differently in the short and in the full proposal stage. This is all in the work program. It's also with slightly more detailed question here in this set of slides. That's why I have integrated them here, because really the key questions, of course, that we get from applicants and that applicants have: what do I need to do in order to be successful? What's the secret sauce? What is the tips that you can give us? And really, we basically don't have any secret tips, otherwise we would tell you here. We really proceed with our experts along these criteria. This is what is published. This is the only thing on which we brief experts. This is how experts evaluate your proposal. Therefore, our key answer to what you have to pay attention to in your proposal is really what is in these slides and in this part of the work program on the evaluation criteria. So this is also the little important note on the bottom of that slide. The assessment will be based exclusively on these and no other evaluation criteria. And then the full proposal proceeds according to slightly different elaborations of these criteria, let's say. Next slide. But here we will, we will go quickly through this. This is just an elaboration with some specific questions that you should ask yourself when you prepare your application. We will not go through this in detail. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this is excellence, impact criterion. Now the last criterion, again, the different questions that you can ask yourself to prepare your proposal. Next slide. And here you have now the applications, the criteria for the full proposal. Here you have the sub-criteria of the excellence criteria. Next slide. Here you have the sub-criteria of the impact criterion for full proposal. And the next slide will give you the sub-criteria of the level of risk, implementation, and need for union support criteria. And then the set of slides that now follows that we can scroll through again tries to elaborate these slides. Thank you. These criteria further with some specific questions. Thank you. Great. So this gives you some useful links on how to apply. We have tried to put here the key sources of information. Very important also, I see that this is not here, but of course your national contact point that you're aware of or that you can find very easily on any search machine by typing national contact point Horizon Europe is really a key information source where you can get personalized support for your proposal, which we cannot provide due to simply the amount of applicants that are potentially out there and our limited resources, but also because we are the ones who carry out the evaluation. So we don't want to get into a conflict of interest situation where we advise you one thing, but then of course it is the independent expert that eventually make the decision. Next slide. If you are selected for funding, so this I will also go through relatively quickly. Again, we just thought that it would be useful in the background to have some information on what happens afterwards. So maybe we can actually stay on this slide a bit, which shows you, so you apply, you're evaluated. This is what we have done so far. Then comes the negotiation phase prior to your contract signature. During the negotiation phase, we also have the technological due diligence, on which I have a couple of slides that are probably interesting for you. We then proceed immediately immediately after contract signature with the first pre-financing. We then have progress meetings scheduled throughout the course of the project. We then disburse a second pre-financing. We call these pre-financings because, importantly, differently from Horizon 2020, you do not need to provide any evidence of cost claims at this point. This is why they are pre-financings. The cost claim and the detailed justification of your costs only comes at the final stage, when you really submit the only formal report here during the progress meetings. You will be asked to provide much more succinct information in order to really take a decision on the go or no-go continuation of your project. And then we pay the balance of what is missing, what we haven't covered with the pre-financings. The default for the pre-financings is 50% of the entire, I'm now talking about the grant component, 50% of the grant component at the beginning, at the first pre-financing, 40% at the second pre-financing, but this is very variable. We will look into your specific situation, into the risk, into the costs in your first year, etc., in order to take a decision on the individual levels of pre-financings. Next slide. Yeah, I think we will go quickly through this. Next slide until we come to the tech due diligence. Next slide. We will not go into the details because I think also the audience of this here is really mostly potential applicants and not beneficiaries. For these, we have extra events like, for example, the coordinator days, which we actually happen to have at the same time yesterday and today. There we really inform the beneficiaries in detail about how to submit the reports, which elements to pay attention to. But this is probably what most people in the audience are still one step away from, and that's why we don't go into details here. Though on the technological due diligence, the objective here is not a re-evaluation of the project, but an assessment and a validation of the proposed technology or innovation in terms of risks in more detail than the jury had the opportunity to assess the proposal, because the jury and during the entire evaluation, the evaluation is really based on your proposal. Here in the tech due diligence, we take a broader view of the market, of your competitors. We have more time for desk research. The expert who does the technological due diligence can also approach you with questions. It should be independent. The voice of the expert should be clear. We want clear opinions. We want critical remarks from the expert here. We have a specific template for that, a short introduction. We want a clear conclusion. Not all elements are equally important, and we want good overall conclusions to connect the dots. Next slide. Focus is really on the technologies. You see here the things that the expert looks at, the qualities, and yeah, maybe one step back briefly, one slide back. Yeah, protection, patents, FTO, the validity of your development plan, commercialization, milestones, production, compliance, feedback. These are the important questions for the technological due diligence. Next one. Next slide. Yeah, 5 to 10 pages report. This is actually from the briefing for the tech DD experts. So you see that they have 5 days to complete this. In 6 to 8 weeks, we choose these from the EU expert database. And as I mentioned, company and potential customers respecting confidentiality can be contacted. It complements the evaluation and negotiation, but does not replace it. And the company and other third parties will not receive this tech DD report. Next slide. Yeah, I think here we go quickly again through it. Just scroll through it. Continue. Next slide. Yeah, and now we already come to the EIC fund, to which I will hand over the presentation to Stefan Wacki, who is the head of the entire EIC department. Stefan, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. So I will resume my presentation now on the EIC fund. So the EIC fund is the equity arm of the European Innovation Council. It is a venture capital fund established in June 2020 by the European Commission specifically for that purpose. And it is managed now, following the restructuring of the governance of the fund, by an external fund manager. To make it more sustainable and durable, given the number and the amount of investments that are expected in the period covering Horizon Europe, and also in the period being covered by H2020. The fund manager makes the investment and divestment decision, and also ensures the management of the portfolio. But the main actor of the functioning of the EIC fund is, of course, the European Investment Bank, since the team of the EIB that is responsible for managing the EIC is the investment advisor of the EIC fund and performing due diligence for all the companies that are being onboarded, as well as preparing the investment proposal and supporting the portfolio management effectively following the company. In the meantime, of course, we continue in ISMEA to ensure the coordination between the grant and equity component, on top of course, the task that we are just explained to you, such as the evaluation and selection of proposals and the implementation of the grant components. Those tasks, of course, done with very close cooperation with both the IFM, the fund manager, and the team of the European Investment Bank. Since its incorporation in June 2020, the fund has now approved more than 170 deals, which represents about 800 million euros of investment, and has signed about 96 investment agreements that cover both the pilot phase under H2020 and Horizon Europe. If you can go to the next one. Yes. So what do we do in terms of equity funding? So the EIC invests at early stage, seed rounds, the startup process, and the beginning of the scale-up process, from 0.5 to 15 million euros. It is intended to finance market deployment and scale-up. The DNA of the fund is the crowding in principle. We are there to crowd in as much as possible co-investment coming from other investors with us, and we do that at the level of the rounds that we are supposed to enter, and over the lifetime, of course, of our presence in the investment. We aim at multiplying the value of our investment by a factor to 3 to 5 times the level of EIC funding, which is one of our main KPI. We have the capacity, the fund has the capacity to do follow-on rounds, and therefore has reserve follow-on capital to invest in subsequent calls, and of course also to be able to provide equity to those grant first companies that have successfully fulfilled the milestones and are able to move to the next stage of their journey with us, and therefore ask for an equity component. The EIC provides patient capital investment, so therefore we are a bit different, and I would say normal VC fund. We are there to stay for longer. Investment normally will be made with an average perspective of 7 to 10 years, with the possibility of staying up to 15 years in the company. We usually target minority ownership, even if in most cases we are lower than the 10% target. On average, so far, we are around 7% for our equity stakes, and very rarely we are above 15%, with the possibility to go up to 25% in a very limited number of cases, and also with the possibility of requesting a blocking minority in cases identified by the Commission of a strategic interest for the European Union. This case, nevertheless, has never happened so far in none of the 170 decisions I've already mentioned. The fund is governed by an investment strategy that are summarized in the so-called EIC investment guidelines. And these investment guidelines form a bit I would say, the Bible that is being followed by the fund in the implementation of the equity component. The EIB first performs an initial assessment. The proposals that are being coming out of the evaluation stage are being forwarded by ISMEA towards the EIB, and the EIB then establishes for every one of the companies selected a possible investment scenario, the so-called buckets. Then once this division of categorization of the companies in different buckets is being completed, then we move to the due diligence phase that may last for a few weeks to a few months, depending on the complexity and also the participation with other actors, such as other investors. And in parallel to that, there is a KYC compliance check that is being done by the EIC fund in parallel to the work of the EIB in order to make sure that none of the companies selected reveal difficulties in terms of, for example, the presence of sanctioned individuals in the cap tables of the different companies or in the funds that are present in the cap tables of the different companies. It is, of course, a major requirement for a fund that is an EU fund. Then, once the due diligence is completed, the EIB drafts an investment proposal which identifies the draft financing terms with the beneficiaries and potentially also co-investor if we are already at that stage at that moment. And then this investment proposal is being sent for discussion to the fund manager, which then is the one responsible for making the investment decision and will either approve this decision or will reject it. It may also decide a number of other outcomes, such as amending the amount and the terms, or propose that the company is being sent back to grant first with an appropriate milestone added through which the company may re-enter the portfolio of the EIC fund at the appropriate moment once the milestone has been fulfilled. Once the investment decision is being completed, then the lawyers will be in contact with the lawyers of the company in order to draft the investment agreement. And once this investment agreement is being signed, then the money is disbursed, usually extremely quickly after the signature. The negotiation of the investment agreement may nevertheless may be quite a lengthy process, especially if there is a shareholder agreement that needs to be negotiated at the same time. In particular, if there is a revision of the shareholder agreement already existing or participation in a round at that moment. It is a simpler affair when the investment agreement is only between the fund and the company, for example, in the case of a quasi-equity instrument, such as a convertible loan. Then, once the company has been onboarded, the portfolio monitoring and management is being done by the fund manager, supported, of course, by the European Investment Bank team, which then will continue to follow the development of the companies as appropriate. You have here a summary of the different items that the EIB checks while doing the due diligence and while preparing the investment proposal, risk assessment, and compliance, so product and technology, market and competition, commercialization strategy, business plan and financial projection, the management, board and governance, and ownership and capital structure, and optimal investment structure. Now, on the investment scenario that are quite an important tool in the investment guidelines in order to guide the process of investment. Bucket 0 indicates that there are significant issues that of negative nature that have been identified that prevent any investment. For example, if we uncover fraud, misrepresentation, or if there is a refusal or failure to submit requested information, in particular in the context of the KYC process, or if we discover that there is a manifest error of appreciation during the evaluation, or that there are substantial negative changes of circumstances that have appeared in the process since the moment of the evaluation. This happens Of course, since we are financing startups, things move very quickly in the field, financially and also technologically, and therefore there can be changes of circumstances that needs to be taken into account. That will all indicate a no-go, meaning that the investment will be not going forward. And on the basis of this recommendation from the fund, of course, on the side of the agency, we will then take another look at the grant component and with all likelihood probably also come to the decision to terminate it. And then we have a number of other scenarios in case the investment can possibly go forward. The bucket one is for companies that are at the moment they are evaluated and initially assessed, considered to be non-investment ready, meaning that they remain very high risk despite the awarded EIC Accelerator support, usually in the form of blended finance, so with the grant and the equity component. And therefore, the company will be subjected to the full due diligence, while the EIB will particularly look at the possibility of helping the company by providing it with quasi-equity, or to propose to revert to grant first if the company is too far from the possibility of attracting co-investors. And therefore, then there will be a number of activities relating to attracting potential investors that then will be organized by ISMEA, but also in coordination with the EIB to better equip the company to reach the stage of investment a bit later. If the decision is to go forward with a quasi-equity instrument, then it will lead to the signature of an investment agreement, an investment decision, investment agreement, and disbursement. And during the period of the implementation of the quasi-equity instrument, convertible loan in most cases, the company will also, of course, benefit from investor participation in investor activities such as pitching events and so on, in order to expose the company as much as possible to potential investors that could be interested in investing in the company. The bucket two case is the most straightforward from our point of view, where potential investors are showing immediate interest in co-investing alongside the EIC fund. And then the rule is that the fund will invest if it is at least matched by those potential qualified investor. Qualified means that they operate more or less in the sector and the geography where the company operates, and they have the background and the knowledge in order to perform the role of a VC vis-à-vis the company, which is very important for us in order to be able to act as a lead investor in this case. The idea here is at least 50% of the money should come from other investors in the round. So then the role here of the team of the bank will be to negotiate this alongside the other investors. We usually invest pari passu, and the objective here is to do so by aligning on the terms and conditions provided by the lead investor. In this case, the due diligence may be shared by the lead investor with the EIC fund in order, of course, to not ask exactly the same questions again to the company, and therefore to provide quicker to move quicker to the conclusion of the round and the signature of the investment agreement. In the case of bucket three, this is where potential investors are numerous. They show immediate interest and they are ready to provide the full investment needs of the company at that particular moment and going forward. And therefore, the added value or the catalytic effect of the EIC fund is not proven. And therefore, in this case, the fund may conclude, therefore, that it's better to not to go ahead and invest and let the private sector conclude the investment and provide the support to the company. So the co-investment activities here are summarized on this slide. We are doing a lot of activities in order to help our companies present better vis-à-vis the world of investment. We do that by helping at three different levels: venture building, networking, and fundraising. At the level of venture building, we work with the companies to build a stronger narrative on the technology that they are working on to better present themselves to the financial sector, in particular when it comes to the market size that they are aiming at, the state of the competition in the space in which they are investing, and how they plan to attack the market. And of course, we continue the help by providing support in order to build investor material and to prepare them for the next stages of the fundraising process and networking. We also host many events for our startups, selecting, of course, them appropriately for the events that correspond the best to the type of investors and corporates that are interested to organize events with us, in order to ensure that these corporates and investors have among the population of companies or beneficiaries that we have, those that are the most interesting for them. These activities have yielded quite a lot of good positive results over the years, and it is an activity that will be reinforced in the coming years, in particular under the Business Acceleration Services heading. This will, of course, continues to include e-pitching events that are organized with business angels, venture capital investors, and corporate, in particular corporate venture capital companies. And we also help our companies to develop a comprehensive fundraising strategy. They can tap into the very large investor network that we have built up, and can benefit also from personal introduction that are facilitated by our investment managers and the EIC co-investment platform, which is a platform on which we have onboarded so far about 800 investors from mostly across Europe, but also coming from other places such as North American investors. I think that's it for me, and then we can move to the questions and answer session.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Cornelius. So start the Q&A. So, and the first question is for Cornelius, I think. Any plan to simplify the existing template for step 2 in the EIC platform? Some proposal which 200 pages without annexes when the business plan is in PDF.
Yes, big time plans. So very aware of these issues, of these problems, as is also the EIC board and many other stakeholders, the program committee, the national contact points. We are in dialogue with all of them, and this is a major attempt for 2023 to really improve this. I think there are some discussions we are always looking for small quick fixes, but I think overall this is something that will not happen in a couple of months or for the next cutoff. We really want to take the time to rethink this thoroughly and to then really offer a first-class solution. So we might need to ask you for a bit of patience, but I'm very aware of this problem and clearly tackling this.
Thank you. The next question is for Stefan. How should we expect to receive the equity investment? We heard stories about needing matching capital to unlock the EIC fund investment. Please clarify.
Yeah. So, like I said, the DNA of the fund is to co-invest with other investors. We don't normally invest alone. We can do that only per the investment guidelines in exceptional cases, when we are in the cases of companies that are identified as being bucket 1, meaning very early stage, not investment ready, but at the same time being present in very strategic sector, representing an interest for the union to disregard this obligation of co-investment and invest in the company. So in most cases, the company will be asked to find co-investors in order to unlock the EIC fund investment. Like I try to explain, this is a process on which the company is not left alone. We are spending quite a lot of resources in order to improve the attractiveness of the company on the market. But indeed, in most cases, we believe that it helps the prospects of the company in the future rounds of investment, that we are not alone in completing a round of investment with the EIC fund funding. And in any case, if the company is particularly facing difficulties in terms of runway, we always have the possibility of providing a quasi-equity instrument, just as a convertible loan, which will fulfill our role as the first risk taker in providing investment to the company. And this is done quite effectively by the EIB on the basis, of course, of a negotiation and dialogue with the company.
Question: how long should it take to secure the equity components if awarded?
Depends very much on the company itself, the behavior of the investors that can co-invest with us, and the time it takes to ensure that the terms and conditions are being properly negotiated and then translated into a legal document. In very fast cases, we have been able to participate in rounds in a matter of a few weeks, sometimes extremely fast after the moment the company has been actually selected. In other cases, of course, this has taken a number of months, if not years, depending how, like I said, how fast this can be actually done. So there is no simple answer to that question. It depends very much at the stage of advancement of the company vis-à-vis the next round of investment that it's working on.
Another question on equity. Do you accept current investors already in the company to co-invest with the EIC?
Yes, current investor, of course, are welcome to co-invest, but we are, for our round, we're always looking at an additional lead investor, external lead investor to come in order to get a technology validation and more generally a validation on the investment opportunity that the company represents from new investors in the company. But of course, existing investor can continue to participate in the subsequent rounds, and there is no opposition on that from our side.
The next question is, why would a company from an associated country, Israel, that is eligible to apply receive question in the KYC about being in a high-risk zone?
Stefan, I don't know if you want to respond to this. I am not aware of this specific case, I have to say. Now, I mean, the KYC is, of course, something that is very individual and really geared to the circumstances of the company. So I don't think there are any kind of taboo questions in that context. I'm not aware of this specific case. I would suggest that we maybe address this by the company that is concerned.
Okay.
So next question. Out of the 96 investment agreements signed, how many have? Sorry. So yes. So how many have been offered a convertible loan?
52.
So when is it expected to publish of the invited company to pitch during November?
Yeah, excellent and very topical question, of course. So we're working on this. This is related to the October cutoff, who indeed had their interviews at the end of November, but still going into the first days of December. So we hope to inform applicants before Christmas.
So the next question. What is the aim of step 1 if success rate is so high, but in step 2, which is quite resources demanding, is so low?
Yeah, again, that's a good question about the strategy of our evaluation process. Also something I think that we should continuously reflect. We have a difficult balance to find here. Of course, in an ideal world, let's say everybody wants as many chances as possible and everybody wants the chance in many ways to get to the interview. That's one side. The other one is what is alluded to in this question, is that, of course, the idea of a multi-step application process should also be to save resources for the applicants also for us, but that's more of a side effect to really not make applicants prepare very laborsome applications if their chances are low. Now, as I said, the choice that has been taken here with this application process is to allow, specifically in the first step, to allow for our concern is to weed out gems that might, specifically the gems that might be overlooked by others. And that's why in the first step, we are relatively generous in letting applicants pass. But I think the question remains, these are different approaches. I completely understand the logic of the question and probably don't have a very convincing answer for the person who asks here. Stefan, I don't know if you want to compliment or add something.
No, I mean, the added value of the step one is still to make sure that those that are moving on and spending quite a lot of resources that for a startup are quite scarce on building a case or building an application for step two are done with, I mean, the appropriate with the appropriate context, and therefore that they are at the stage in which they can actually apply. I mean, the success of this can only cannot be measured or simply by the success rate of passing step one. It's also because I think there is better information on knowing what the EIC Accelerator is for, at which level, which stage of development of a company you need to be in order to be able to be successful at the EIC Accelerator. And therefore, we consider that this higher success rate shows that the knowledge about what the accelerator offers is increasing more than it shows the lack of validity of having step one.
The next question that I see, Amy, I think this is one that we had already, that was already asked before the event, and where I had indicated that I think colleagues from D1 would be best qualified to answer that, unless Stefan, you're aware of this. But I think this, I don't know, Pedro, or if anybody else who's in the room at the moment can answer this. Otherwise, maybe this can be saved and we can ask colleagues from the one to reply to that. But I use the opportunity before giving the floor back to Stefan to clarify one point where I was unsure during my presentation. So I've confirmed, thank you very much to the many colleagues who are obviously here in the back office with us and who have quickly provided that information. So indeed, the 8 out of 9 process that I was describing in my presentation, the fact that when you receive 8 out of 9 goes in the full proposal stage, that then we will allocate a 4th evaluator to really look at this one critical expert opinion that only applies to resubmission. So it does not apply to a first application. It's only if in a resubmission you're rejected with 8 out of 9 no-goes, then we employ this extra expert. Thanks. And Stefan, do you want to answer the question about the plugin? Otherwise,
no, unless I don't know if Keith is around or.
No, I don't think so.
No,
So
I don't think so. Yeah.
The next question, so does the 46 investments approved mean that the first equity tranche has been made, or only that there is a term sheet signed?
No, when we mean that the investment have been approved, it means that the fund has approved the terms and conditions that are summarized in a term sheet, and the term sheet has been sent to the company. Whether we have received back the term sheet signed, of course, takes some time, could be a few weeks before the company submits the term sheet signed. And of course, this does not mean that there is an investment agreement signed, as I said, after the signature of the term sheet. If it includes the possibility of a convertible loan, such as a quasi-equity investment, it may require the lawyers to get together, and it may be 8 weeks, 10 weeks before an agreement is actually signed. So we are still some way off before the money is being disbursed.
The next question, so 0.6 days is absolutely impossible to read proposal plus annexes plus write the expert comments. What are your views?
Thank you, Amy. This is apparently the question of an expert or of somebody who knows our expert review system very much in detail. So I am not even able, I have to admit, to confirm this. But again, I check I will ask colleagues who are in the back office to just confirm that this is apparently the rate that we pay to experts for the review, to an individual expert for the remote review of a full proposal. I think this is, I mean, obviously this is a composite, the payment that we do to experts. There is a fee per proposal. There's also extra fee for briefing and for familiarizing yourself with the process. And I think even if in some cases these proposals, if printed, as the colleague mentioned before in the other question, if this is transferred into PDF, that it then reaches 200 pages, is a bit misleading, because this is not the way that the experts review it, also that the applicants enter this. This is a structured web form that offers, as I said, a lot of also helpful structure. Our idea, maybe to emphasize this here in brackets with this platform, was also to level the playing field and to hopefully offer more support to applicants, specifically from countries where the innovation ecosystem is not as elaborate as in other countries, and therefore to offer them, with the structure of this web form, more possibility of support. So now, as we said before, I'm not defending every aspect of the platform. Very clear that we need to make improvements here, that this needs to be simplified. But to say the proposal is a structured web form and to translate that into print out PDFs is not the entire truth. And therefore, I think an expert, yes, is possible in more or less 5 full hours to read clearly the essential elements of a proposal of a full proposal in our web form, and to also write his comments. The comments, as you know, are not pages and pages of comments. All of you who have already received an ESR know this. These are succinct comments. So really, I think these 5 hours can go more or less into reading the proposal and forming his opinion. The writing itself is not such a time-consuming process. So yes, I would defend that. Also, the colleague has indeed confirmed that 0.6 days for the assessment of one full proposal is our current rate. I think I would defend that that is a fair view. Now, of course, many experts will disagree with this. Again, this is also something that might be up for discussion, but this is where we currently are.
Thank you. Next question, do you plan to make model investment agreement or term sheet for equity support accessible on the EIC website?
Well, no, because the so-called investment agreement varies based on the geographies. Every country has different legal framework, and therefore the investment agreement is always a bit different. And of course, it varies per sector, also the form of the company that we are dealing with. I mean, there are lots of variability factors that doesn't make this quite standard. On the contrary, for the term sheet, where this is something on which we're working on, and we will make indeed the term sheet available, accessible on the EIC website soon.
Thank you. So the next question. In the EIC Accelerator, a no-go at the interview stage does also count as one of the 2 possible attempts.
So yes, apologies if the resubmission rules, if I maybe made them sound even more complicated than they are. I think they are actually, they also very well summarized in a table in the work program. So I would also like to refer you to this. Yes, the answer is, so at the interview, as at the 2 other stages, you have in principle 2 options, 2 possibilities to try. And then if that doesn't work, you have a cool down period of 12 months. You have 2 specificities at the interview stage. One is that the experts have the possibility to invite you in rare exceptional cases to a direct resubmission to the interview. And then indeed, if you fail that second time, then you also have exhausted your 2 attempts and are set back to the short proposal. The second specialty, which is not really relevant in this context, is the possibility to award or not to award the Seal of Excellence. But basically, 2 times fail at the interview means you go back to the short proposal.
What are the criteria the jury members use to select which companies can be invited directly to a second interview if failing the first one?
Yeah, there is no standard answer to this. This is also, of course, a case-by-case decision, but this is in the assessment of the jury, a company where everything is super, with the exception of one specific thing. This can be a missing CFO. This can, I'm just grasping this out of thin air. These are not examples that I have actually seen, but one specific thing that is missing in the team, one specific, maybe the assessment of one essential competitor that they couldn't provide at that time, and then they are asked to resubmit directly to the interview addressing this specific point. So simple answer is everything is great with the exception of one specific issue, which can be addressed in the eyes of the jury by a secondary submission. But these are exceptional, rare cases.
Are the full proposals evaluated by the same pool of reviewers as the short ones?
So in principle, I mean, there is no huge difference on the profile of the evaluators of the short proposals from the evaluators of the full proposals. We in principle look for the same profile of experts, but they are technically in 2 different pools. At least that will be the case next year. I cannot entirely vouch for how it was this year, but I think it was also already the case that we have 2 different pools, and therefore there is no overlap between the remote and the remote evaluators for the short proposal and the remote evaluators for the full proposal. I will again ask my colleagues in the in the back office. They are confirming that those are separate pools, and therefore you will not be the evaluators that meet your proposal in the second round, and it's excluded that they are the same as in the second round. First round is confusing in this context. So evaluators for your full proposals are not the same, cannot be the same as evaluators for your short proposal.
The next question
I see already. Great idea, which just requires again significantly more resources, both in terms of timing for the evaluators. So if you add a consensus phase, this adds a lot of discussion time and effort. You can imagine we have about 1,000 we had last year about 1,000 full applications per cutoff. So we're talking about 3,000 full proposals, 3 evaluators for each. And this also, of course, requires some more intervention on the IT side to make this possible. It requires possibly also moderation efforts from our side. So there's a lot of effort involved in this. We are already, I think, talking about a rather resource-intensive evaluation process, which is justified because we are talking about a lot of money, we're talking about investment. So this is why we invest a lot into this evaluation process. I think we're particularly proud, and this I think is also relatively unchallenged, is the quality of our last step of the interview stage. These are really high quality people here. We have in total more than 1 hour dedicated to each company that comes, and 5 very qualified people. So yes, we can certainly always make it even better. We can also add more evaluators. We can also add more steps. So we can, and about many of these things we can discuss, and we continuously do discuss. But I think here at the moment, the decision has been taken that we stay with these individual assessments and then add a go for all of them. We require a go from all of them, at the full proposal stage.
What types of areas can be considered for an investment of over 50 million?
Sorry, Cornelius, there is a detailed frequently asked question here on this point. I mean, there are areas such as AI, emerging semiconductor or quantum technology components and so on of the sort. But I will send you back to the more precise wording that we used in the frequently asked question in order to cover a number of areas that were targeted by this provision.
Yeah, there's also I was going to say exactly the same. There's also a specific text in the work program that in one sentence really lists the requirements of strategic area, etc., that is necessary for the 50 million. I'm trying to find it. In the meantime, if I find it, I will come back and read it.
The next question, when will be held the specific webinars on the EIC challenges that you have briefly mentioned?
Yes, excellent question. I am actually also here. Not sure where that slide is. I have seen it. It wasn't in my presentation. I think so. I will try to solve this in the remaining time and see if we can provide that slide with the tentative dates of the of these specific info days for each challenge.
Next question. When will the list of companies with approved investments be published?
Yeah, so this happens. I mentioned already that we intend to inform the applicants before Christmas, and shortly thereafter, usually I think within a matter of days, we will then also publish this list of winners of companies.
A question on the EIC fund. Why only less than 50% of approved projects lead to the deal? What are major reasons? These reasons?
Well, I mean, it's very company specific. What we have observed, of course, during the first 5 cutoffs of the pilot under H2020 is we received many very early stage companies that struggled to absorb the grant and then even more significantly find co-investor to invest in their technology. And therefore, despite the help that we have provided, this has not been a process that was very easy. It does not mean that this process is necessarily over for most of these companies. There are a number of companies that on which the investment has not been, the round of investment has not been completed, but of which we still have hope that this will materialize in the appropriate time. I mean, the time horizon for an equity investment is a bit longer, much longer than what we are doing here with grants. For Horizon Europe, the cutoffs that have been evaluated show that on average companies are much more able to then engage with the market and be able to raise around with co-investors, and therefore the capacity here of us to participate at the level of the EIC fund is greater. I don't think these statistics that you, first of all, that you mentioned applies actually, given the fact that we are at a much higher level of projects that are there. We have 97 companies signed in the pilot, where 140 were approved, so only 43 did not manage to get access to the money when 97 of them did. And if we look at Horizon Europe, the ratio is even higher. So overall, the ratio is not so bad, but of course there are always companies that struggle despite the best efforts that we put in helping them.
Next question. So how come we are supposed to ask for EIC support because we have a risky project with no sufficient private funds, but at the same time provide private funds for it?
Because the support that the EIC promises to you as your company should de-risk sufficiently the company to make the investment proposal then attractive for private investors. And this is not minor to offer up to 2.5 million grant money with a promise of up to 15 million equity money that comes from potentially the EIC fund. And normally that should change the relationship with investors and how they look at your company as an investment opportunity. Now, if beyond that they are not convinced, we believe that probably there are other red flags or other elements that are weakening the investment proposal. And of course, that will be longer to resolve than just providing additional funding, which explains why sometimes it takes a much longer time for the proposal to be selected by investors, and therefore our ability to close a round.
Thank you. Next question. Can grant first funding be granted so that the grant component would be granted to a university and the subsequent equity component to a spin-off to follow?
Simple answer is no. We only make accelerator grants as well as investment component available to SMEs that are established as such. So I would suppose that in a situation that the person describes here, you're more in the realm of maybe transition, and the EIC Accelerator funding is reserved for SMEs only. I also take the opportunity to catch up on two other questions. So first, I saw one question on the interview dates. I think that question disappeared in between, because you might have seen that was actually on one of the early slides that I presented. So interview weeks and these slides will be made available on the site of this info day. So you will be able to see it there. For the January cutoff, interview weeks are scheduled tentatively from 27th of February to 10th of March. The March cutoff interview weeks are scheduled from 22nd of May till 2nd of June. For the June cutoff, scheduled for September 11th to 22nd, and for the October cutoff, 27th of December till 27th of November till 8th of December. Then I also catch up with the question on what is required for the over 15 million investment. So there it is on page 67 of the work program. Proposals in technologies that are strategic for the Union, where there's a global competition, and where the funding needs significantly exceed what is available in Europe. So these are the three requirements to justify an investment above 15 million. And then I also received, in the meantime, the slide on the program on the info days for the specific challenges. And that was actually also in one of the slides that I presented, so you will be able to find it. I quickly read it here because I think it's not so easy for us to now go back to my slide presentation. So for the accelerator changes, the novel biomarker-based assays, February 3rd, tentative date. Aerosol and surface decontamination for pandemic management is not yet fixed, to be determined. Energy storage, February 1st. New European Bauhaus and architecture, engineering and construction digitalization for decarbonization, February 2nd. Semiconductor and quantum challenge, February 9th. Novel technologies for resilient architecture, January 31st. Customer-driven innovative space technologies and services, January 26th. So this is also in my presentation, and these are the tentative dates, and there will, of course, be follow-up on the EIC website.
Thank you. Next question. How can we rebut an evaluator's comments that has been totally opposite with the other two?
Well, I mean, here it is important to see that we employ evaluators in order to provide their opinion and their assessment. And it is natural and normal that that assessment is different between different evaluators. And that's the basis of our evaluation. And here, if you have good arguments to say that the evaluators of the one evaluator who doesn't agree with the other ones is not justified, then provide your reasons here. And maybe you can take part of these justifications from the other two, which I understand in this case were more favorable. But that's the principle. So you need to have good arguments that make it plausible to the next set of evaluators why you disagree with this comment, or why this evaluator was working on a wrong assumption, or was mistaken somewhere, etc. So this is very much a case-to-case decision that has nothing to do with how the assessment of the evaluators vary. That's really, I think we need to understand that that is a normal thing. I mean, people have very different opinions on things, and we can only rely on experts that have, in some cases, strong views and assessment of the proposals that we ask them to evaluate.
Next question. Are you planning to go back to in-person interviews for pitching?
Very popular question, also among our our jury members. At the moment, not. Again, the arguments are here, of course, costs, resources, availability of evaluators. You will have many very good evaluators who are not available for a 10-day session in person in Brussels. You will have more that are available to do this remotely. You will also need to look at the CO2 emissions that are linked to such an evaluation session. So there are some good arguments to do it remotely. Very aware that there are also arguments that speak for a person-to-person interview.
Next question. Can you please let us know which is the precise document that the evaluators get for the evaluation, or is it the platform directly?
So the latter, the evaluators have access to the full proposal in the same way that, like, as the applicant submitted the proposal, that's what the evaluator has access to. If it is a full proposal, the evaluator also has access to the short proposal, to the evaluation of the short proposal. If it is a resubmission, the evaluator has also access to the previous submission, to the previous evaluations. Evaluator has access to everything and directly in the platform, not in some print out PDF, etc., but in the platform. I think that's that was the question. And otherwise, of course, to the work program with the evaluation criteria, etc.
Next question.
Yeah, so my colleagues just say that there is also a PDF version that the evaluator has access to. So both options exist for the full proposals, PDF as well as platform.
For the full proposal of the Accelerator program, is there any template for the pitch presentation?
Again, I'm looking to my colleagues from the evaluation department, but I do not believe that there's a specific template. No, confirmed. So this is something that I think companies that apply to us are quite used to. There is if I just was participated in the last evaluation round, I think there's large agreement in the sector and in this business how these things are structured. We do not provide a specific EIC Accelerator template. Also to give applicants the freedom to choose and to present this according to their specific strength and needs.
Have applicants to decide from step 1 whether they apply to the Accelerator Open or Challenge, or can they decide in a next step?
Very specific question. I look again to my colleagues who are here in the chat. I think what I can already say is that the decisive step is in any case step 2. This is where we will really look in detail. Yes, so here my colleague confirms that it is only at full proposal stage that applicants decide whether they choose challenge or open. So at step 1, there is no specific evaluation for challenges or open.
How is the mixed grant equity decided in the Accelerator program?
Stefan, I can start. So this is, of course, first based on what the applicant, we always base ourselves on the request of the applicant. So the applicant tells us what he needs, and then that is critically assessed in the evaluation. So in limited cases, the jury has the possibility to modify this in the end, but we very much take as a basis and as a valid basis what has been requested by the applicant, and these should be relatively limited cases where the jury decides, often also after having touched on this subject in the interview, where the jury may modify this proposal. But the basis is what the applicant tells us.
A company with a second logo in the full application of the Accelerator that was submitted on June 15, 2022, can submit a new proposal on June 7, 2023.
Very grateful for my colleagues to co-read critically here, but my understanding is that yes, because any applicant that has submitted in 2021 or 2022 for the first time can resubmit in the So wait. Okay, sorry, I'm now reading. A company with a second no-go in the full application of the accelerator. I misunderstood the question. Indeed, that was submitted on June 15th. In June 2022, can submit a new short proposal. This is right, because after a second no-go, you have to go back to the short proposal. And then I would say the 12-month cool-off period, Neil, is not yet finished on June 7th, because we have, so I would say that they need to wait one more cutoff because we haven't had the 12-month elapsed. Maybe you can briefly comment on that in the chat, and then I can take that up at the next question.
Next question. Can the equity investment be used to cover the co-investment of the grant component?
So, in principle, yes. The issue, nevertheless, is an issue of prudence because if the company wants to use the equity applied for to cover the 30% in order to match the grant cost, and given all the information we have already provided today, that this is submitted to the conclusion of a round, the matching funds, an initial assessment by the EIB. So there is a very significant number of steps that make it this access to the money coming from the equity not so easy. So during the evaluation, the fact that this is being presented by the company is something that normally should be checked by the jury members in order to establish that the company has indeed the capacity to realize, to implement the grant part of the project. And this will, in this case, be particularly looked at from the point of view of whether the equity that it's supposed to provide, the 30%, can be mobilized in actually due time, given the lifetime of the grant part of the project. So the question needs to be qualified. It's not a very, I would say, straightforward situation to hope that the equity component will cover the 30% automatically. It has to be looked at more in detail during the evaluation process in particular.
Next question. How is the non-conflict of interest of evaluators checked?
Okay, before I also give the possibility to my colleagues to say something on that, I maybe go back one more time to the question that came before, because my colleagues tell me that this is a common misconception. So after two failed full applications, you actually need to go back to the short proposal stage. So you start at 0, and you start at 0 after 12 months. So this is why the answer to the specific question that we were presented before is no, because from 15th of June until 2nd or 7th of June, whatever it was, from 15th of June 2022 until early June 2023 is not yet 12 months. But also remember that you need to go back to the short proposal stage after 2 unsuccessful submissions. So conflict of interest of evaluators. So to the one extent, we very much rely on the self-declaration of conflict of interest. That I think remains the most important pillar, because this is in the contract of experts. We have possibilities to sanction evaluators who would not respect this non-conflict of interest. Very important, because we can never possibly be fully aware of all potential conflicts of interest. So this is the very important basis. Otherwise, we run a check on experts against the applicant companies via our platform databases. And then again, colleagues, correct me if what I'm saying is not correct, is not right, but I think also the companies do here at the interview stage, companies are informed of the names or see the names of the jury members. And if they see a conflict of interest there, they also have the possibility to mention that, and we would then normally exclude that evaluator from the evaluation. So I get a correct reply also on that one. So a number of measures in place, starting with self-declaration and the awareness of and the constant reminders to experts to declare any potential conflict of interest, to some checks that we do in our database, to the possibility of companies in the interview stage to reject specific evaluators. And they receive the names of the jury members actually before the interview, my colleague confirms. Thank you.
Are non-EU investors welcome as investors in the EIC round?
Well, I mean, the EIC, and in particular the EIC Accelerator, and in particular the EIC Fund, are there in order to provide the possibility for EU companies to continue to grow and start the scale-up process in Europe. That usually is achieved the best by attracting EU-based investors there. Some of these investors, if they are based in the EU, could be coming from other parts of the world, as long as the intention of their investment is to continue to invest in a company based in Europe. Once we are in the round and we are becoming an investor in the company and in the preparatory phase of that, we are of course checking whether the presence of non-EU investor could potentially endanger this overall goal of the EIC. But there is no prohibition per se of the presence of non-EU investor in the cap table of the companies at the moment they apply. Or in the participation of the round to which the EIC fund is supposed to participate. We nevertheless, of course, check whether this is overall consistent with the objective of the EIC, as I just recalled them.
Thank you. Next question. If I work in a SME which wants to submit a full proposal, and at the same time I am an evaluator to EIC Accelerator, what should I do?
So you do not evaluate, you inform us that the evaluator informs us and will then not receive a contract in the year in which the company submits its proposal to the EIC Accelerator. So thereby we exclude the very remote possibility that this evaluator would downscore and give no's to all the other proposals so that his company can get a go. So no evaluation in the year in which your company wants to submit a proposal. I'm just reading the chat exactly. But yes, okay. So let us know immediately, and we will remove you from the pool of evaluators, and then your company can submit a proposal.
What are the exact preconditions for bankability during full application?
Stefan, can you take that?
Thank you, Cornelius. Well, the bankability test is to ensure that we don't end up in so-called bucket 3 from the outset. In other words, companies that on which the participation of the funding from the EIC Accelerator, both the grant and the equity component, will have no catalytic effect and therefore no added value in comparison to what the market can actually provide. So, I mean, we manage an operation that has with scarce funds. We are oversubscribed. There are many deserving companies that have difficulties finding money on the market, and of course we need to ensure that this money that we provide under the program are geared first towards companies that are struggling in various different levels for finding this money. That does not mean that because the companies are that we cannot, and the objective of the program is not to support companies that are bankable and entirely financeable by the market already now. That means that the least bankable company are the most favorable company in the process of evaluation. So this needs to be clearly distinct in the sense that, of course, like I said, the fact that we provide a grant and equity component on its own should be sufficient to de-risk the company in order to provide then the entry of other investors in the normal process of investment. So therefore, the borders of what we are aiming at are quite narrow in between the two borders that is there between companies that are bankable and are outside the eligibility conditions of the program, and those that are not bankable, but at the same time should be able to become potentially bankable with the EIC support.
Next question. Is it possible to ask for equity from month one? So both equity and grants start at the same time.
It's not impossible. It's rare because usually we move very, very fast on the grant side, and usually the equity takes a bit more time to materialize. But there could be cases, and actually in some of the cases we have moved extremely fast on the equity as well, to catch up with the grant side. So it can be envisaged indeed that both the equity and the grant will start at the same time in certain cases in which the urgency is being proven and both teams coordinate very closely and can operate this in parallel.
Yeah, just to add that, of course, also we have some flexibility on the grant side also. So even if we are in principle ready from the grant side, we can agree on a later starting date if the equity is progressing relatively well and there's this perspective that is that this will be concluded in a short time. Then we can also have a later starting date for the grant in order to facilitate this.
Next question.
What does platform to be improved in the future mean? When can, oh, sorry, Amy, doing your part here.
No.
When can we expect improvements and which? So improvements, simplification, elimination of redundancies, shorter, keeping the relevant elements and getting rid of redundant or less relevant elements. That's the goal, I think, in very broad terms. When, as I said, maybe some quick gains, not in the January cutoff, but over the course of the next year. I think a more substantial revision will take more time because we want to get it right this time. And I think this really requires a very thorough process with consultation of stakeholders and thinking also about the implications that, of course, in this data structure of the platform, one modification has on many other elements.
So next question, will there be any changes to the template prior to the January cutoff?
Looking at my colleagues again in the chat here, to my knowledge, no. If any, they are minor. Maybe colleagues can confirm if there are any minor changes. Apart from the fact from this 8 out of 9 process that we mentioned, and some. Yes, exactly. So no fundamental changes for the template in January.
Is it possible to subcontract US entities if there are no European entities that can perform the specific actions?
Stefan, okay, I can. So, I think that requires a very thorough and convincing justification that also makes it clear of the benefit for Europe of having this work performed in the US, then eventually to the benefit really of the European company. I think that needs to be clear. I think there's a bit of a question of the amount of subcontracting that goes here. I think it would be unlikely that evaluators and we as agency will be convinced to give the majority of our grant part to a company that is subcontracted in the US. So it's very much a case-by-case decision. But of course, I understand the point. If this is work that really can't be done in Europe, but the benefits of this work will really accrue to the company here in Europe, then there might be a possibility to do this.
Resubmission rules. One no-go only from 2023 onwards, or also for 2022, 2021 applicants?
So again, waiting for the comment of the colleagues in the chat that I'm reading. But in principle, my understanding from the first cutoff in 2023, resubmissions that have received one no-go will be evaluated with the input of this additional expert. But not anybody who has resubmitted in 2022 or 2021, but somebody who resubmits from the January cutoff onwards will be to these companies, this additional expert will be applied. Yeah. So again, I mean, irrelevant how many times you have applied in 2022 or 2001, if you resubmit from January or later 2023, then and you receive 8 out of 9 goes, then this rule will be applicable to you.
Next question. As a Women Tech EU beneficiary, we are allowed to participate in stage 2 in the accelerator in a plugging procedure. Who we should contact for the review?
I think this is a misnomer or a slight misunderstanding. I think we're talking here about the fast track, because the fast track refers to the EU programs that are allowed to skip the short proposal stage and can submit directly to the full proposal. The stage 2 plug-in refers to the national programs, which are allowed to go to stage 2 directly. So first correction here, I think we're talking about the fast track procedure, and indeed there needs to be a positive, this project needs to be evaluated according to the criteria of the EIC Accelerator in a review process. And who you should contact, this is a specific question that I would depend again on the input of other colleagues. Not sure whether we might need to talk also to, I think internally it would be D1 so I cannot answer this, but please contact your beneficiary, your project manager for the EU Tech Women Tech EU project, and then they will contact us, and then we will come up with an answer.
Next question, EIC Accelerator Challenge, Emerging Semiconductor Technology Components. Is this challenge open to innovative semiconductor material substrate or only for chips design?
So here I would very strongly recommend that you attend the info day for this challenge. I mean, the principle remains that evaluators for this challenge will be presented the same work program that you have in front of you, and then they need to make a decision on whether this is rightly placed in the challenge or not. So any perception that you and your peers have, the same will apply to the evaluators. You might have the opportunity at the info day for this challenge to ask this question to the program manager. If then the program manager considers that there is maybe really a detail, a nuance missing in the work program, then it will be published as a frequently asked question and will then also be part of the briefing of the evaluators. But maybe what is even more important to say here is that if your proposal doesn't fit into the challenge, then we have the possibility to ask you whether, or wait, no, now I'm not sure whether this is only true in the other way around. So if you are submitting to open, I think we have the possibility to ask you whether you can submit it to the challenge. Not sure it works also the other way around.
Next question, which criteria decide which application will receive a seal of excellence?
Well, as I said, the default is a seal of excellence. The vote of, so in principle, all applications that were successful in the full evaluation and that are not funded will receive a seal of excellence. In exceptional cases where the jury feels that this company has significant flaws on any of the, but very significant flaws on any or several of the criteria, then the jury can decide not to award the seal of excellence.
Next question. I work for a startup that has raised some equity from VC investors. Can we apply for a grant for a work stream that the VC investors decide not to fund?
Just waiting in case Stefan wants to take that, but otherwise my response would be, so if you apply for a grant only, the important condition that I've highlighted several times is that you need to prove to us in your application that you will have the resources to do the scale up by yourself. That's the condition for a grant only, and that is independent of who you're, no, that is not independent. That depends very much on which capital you have in the background from your investors or your own capital, etc. So, Stefan, sorry, you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, nothing prevents you from applying. I mean, whether this would be judged to be the best use of the, like I said, the scarce resources that we have in the program to direct to this type of cases, it's an issue for the evaluators and for the jury members to look into.
Next question. Can the cost of an innovation consultancy firm supporting the SME to prepare the business plan be allocated in the cost that will be covered with equity?
So I think this question is very carefully phrased, because I want to make the point here that costs that are spent on preparing the application are not eligible costs for the grant. So this is very clear. Now, on the equity money that you receive, this is not labeled that money is fungible, and therefore, in a sense, what you pay for with this money is not is not up to us to judge. You don't know, for the equity money, you do not need to give us you need to prove for which expenses you use that. So you do not need to submit cost statements. For the grant, you need to submit cost statements, and the preparation of the application is not an eligible cost. Because the grant starts only with the moment of the at the moment when after the signature, normally, in rare cases with a slightly retroactive starting date, but not before the date of your application. For the equity, I think this is not something that we can control or check. One additional point here, I just use the opportunity that my colleagues highlighted. Of course, for the Seal of Excellence, you also need to give us your consent to get the Seal of Excellence, which makes it possible for us to also allocate, to make available your personal data to some regional funders and others. And if you have not given consent to this, then you also cannot get the Seal of Excellence.
Next question. Will there be accelerator challenge guides like for Pathfinder?
No, there will not.
Next question. The grant components co-funding stay at 1730. Is it possible to receive more than 70% for the requested budget?
No.
Next question. What are the specific conditions of fast track for Eurostars awarded SMEs?
So the fast track scheme is the same regardless from which funding program you come. You need to have a positive review according to the conditions of the EIC Accelerator. Now, how exactly that review is organized or a time, that is the part that is specific to each funding scheme. But then you need to have this positive review, and then you apply to the full proposal stage.
Next question. Are non-EU nationals eligible to become an EIC evaluator?
Yeah, again, a tricky question. I mean, this is a close to market scheme. So we are here in the very competitive area. This is EU strategic autonomy has become much more prominent even over the last years. So we do currently have a small minority of evaluators that are not EU nationals. We are getting rather a bit more restrictive on this. So it is not entirely excluded. We don't have any rule that says that, but we do take a very close look at European strategic interest. And of course, a proxy for that, very imperfect proxy, admittedly, is nationality. So we are rather restrictive in requiring EU or associated countries. Those two are treated equally, but nationality of an EU member state or an associated country.
Next question. Can I apply for EIC Accelerator when I am a coordinator of another EU project? So the question is linked to a former rule in the SM instrument where it was not possible.
I wasn't even aware of that rule. I don't think we have any rules as to non-accelerator or accelerator pilot grants. So those there, with regard to that, there are specific rules of when you can apply or not when you're still in a running EIC Accelerator pilot or SME instrument grant. But when you are coordinator of another EU project, nothing prevents you from applying. You need, of course, I mean, you have an interest in your application to delineate very transparently what you are funding currently with the other grant. And of course, you cannot double fund. So of course, you can only cover existing costs once in your grants. But apart from that, nothing prevents you from being coordinator in another EU project.
Next question. Do evaluators receive some kind of training before they start evaluating the EIC Accelerator proposals?
Yes, very much so. So we have before each evaluation round, we have a very thorough briefing with the opportunity to ask questions, etc. Evaluators receive briefing material, and we also have, so for the juries, we just had a jury day in Brussels where we invited all jury members to discuss and to train and to exchange knowledge and to continuously learn. We haven't done that recently for the remote evaluators. We also have done that in the past, so yes.
So we will take a last question. What is the minimum employee number required to apply?
There is no minimum employee number. If you have a convincing plan that allows you to scale up, if you have a plan on how you have already or will acquire the necessary competences in the team, then you submit your applications. Now, obviously, I think without, I mean, you really need the competences in the team. That's key. And that is not something that you do as a side job or somewhere, somehow. But there is no minimum number of employees.
Thank you, Cornelius. Thank you, Stefan. It is now time to conclude the session. All the videos of the event will be posted online, and we will address the unanswered question in our frequently asked questions documents on the EIC website. Thank you for staying with us and submitting your questions. Thanks again to Cornelius and Stefan. The next session is on business acceleration services.
Thank you, Aminata, and thank you, Cornelius and Stefan, for a great session, very enlightening. We will now move, as Aminata said, to the Business Acceleration Services session. We have with us Agnieszka Stasiakowska, Head of Sector for the EIC Business Acceleration Services, and Veronica Benitez Pinheiro, Deputy Head of Unit for the EIC Transition. I will pass on to Agnieszka, if you can hear me. Yes?
Yes, very good.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We will start now with the Business Acceleration Services and novelties in 2023. So you all know that EIC is providing funding. This is probably the main reason why you're coming here to this info session. But what we also offer is non-funding services, non-financial services to our beneficiaries. And that's a great asset that we have here in the EIC. We don't want only to provide money, we want to provide smart money. So why do we do it? First of all, we want to accelerate EIC innovations and further foster the growth of the EIC companies. What we provide is access to tailor-made services with worth up to 50,000 euros. And who is eligible? So EIC awardees, first and foremost, so Pathfinder, Transition, Accelerators, including Horizon 2020 legacy projects as well. So applicants to EIC Accelerator second stage, where we offer 3 days of coaching to those applicants. Horizon Europe Seal of Excellence, as well as Women Tech EU scheme beneficiaries. Next slide, please. So what do we offer within the EIC Business Acceleration services? We have 3 strands of services. First one is connection to innovation ecosystem partner services. So what we want to do, EIC wants to act as a connector with the excellent service providers within the European innovation ecosystem. I'm talking here about incubators, accelerators, research and innovation infrastructure providers, venture builders, EIT, and others. So we want to tap on the excellence as services, specialized services, very often sectoral, very often with specialized networks. We want to tap on them and connect them with our beneficiaries. I will come in a moment. Please come back to the previous slides. You were very fast. Thanks. The second strand is access to business partners, so corporates, investors, innovation procurers, and also we bring companies to the trade fairs within and outside Europe, and access to advice and skills through coaching, tech-to-market activities. This is more towards Pathfinder and Transition. Women Leadership Program. We also have an EIC Scale-Up program for the best, let's say, the most promising companies within the portfolio. Also, we want to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of our beneficiaries with separate actions. And all this is available through the EIC community and the marketplace, and that soon will be put in within the Inno space. Next slide, please. Yes. So why to go for BUS? No. So first of all, we organize over 30 matching events per year. 1,500 innovators already served and involved in our activities. 1,000 coaching sessions per year. Plus more than 40 ecosystem partners with whom we are already connected. More than 2,000 corporate and investors involved. And also businesses that engage in our matching activities, 20% of them have follow-up business discussions with partners and deals. We also organized almost 3,000 one-to-one meetings with business partners. And as I said, we offer some services that could be even up to 50,000 euros of value. Please, next slide. Yes, I will start now, go deep diving into certain services that once you become a beneficiary, you can access. So first is the EIC ecosystem partnership. So this is a new service that we will be launching as of January. We will make available services from our partners through a catalog, online catalog that will be available very soon. Again, what I said in the beginning, what we try to do here is try to connect the beneficiaries with excellent service providers from all around Europe, excellent networks, sectorial ones, of their expertise. Who are our partners? Up until now, around 40 partners already in a portfolio that soon you will be able to discover. But just to reveal some names, we work with EIT, we work with the Collider from Barcelona, Angel Santé, Consilience Groups, and many, many others. So please stay tuned for further information coming on this action. And please, next slide. For the ecosystem partners who would like to work with us, we have actually a constantly open call and for the expression of interest with periodic cutoffs. And next cutoff is on the 14th of December, so tomorrow. So if there's someone interested, there still is time to apply. It's quite simple application. Just to let you know that the first call was in June, and there we have 187 applications submitted. What happens next after the cutoff date? We evaluate the proposals received based on a track record of excellence of the service, and then we invite you to sign an MOU. And then your services can be included in the online catalog and made available for our beneficiaries. Next slide, please.
Sorry, I forgot
Yes.
to mention in the beginning, please use Slido, the hashtag for your questions. I'm sorry, I forgot to say it in the beginning. Just taking advantage of a little break. Sorry. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes. Then next type of services that we offer are matching matchmaking services with corporates, with innovation procurers, with investors, and with business partners through the trade fairs. So the investors part, I think, was already described with the EIC fund part, so I will not focus on this. But for the corporates, innovation procurers, just to tell you what set us apart maybe from different matchmaking events that are existing. What we are doing, we're inviting our partners to formulate challenges that we publish on our website through an open call. And then the beneficiaries can apply to those challenges, proposing their solutions. And then business partners, so corporates, innovation procurers, are selecting the companies they want to see. So when the events come, when we organize an event where the companies can pitch in front of those business partners, no one is losing time because they were already selected and there's already an interest from the business partners to work with those companies. And so then the pitching event comes. We also have one-to-one meetings. And then after that, we follow up with the satisfaction survey and impact survey. Again, our aim here is to have the concrete business deals between our partners and EIC beneficiaries. Can I have a next slide, please? So starting with the corporate partnership program, we already organized 61 of those activities since 2017, with more than 100 corporates involved from all around Europe. 1,350 SMEs could participate. Well, we have a very high satisfaction rate from both companies and corporate partners. 100% of corporates wants to repeat it, and almost 300 follow-ups and 58 deals coming from this business events. And just to show you maybe a success cases that we had. So, for example, one is Circularize, which is one of our beneficiaries, participated in a corporate day with Neste, and just recently Neste announced that they are joining an investment round of 11 million euros for Circularize, and they also engaged since the corporate day with them in a pilot cooperation. And here you have an agenda of the upcoming corporate events. So today, Schneider Electric that I'm attending. I'm actually in Paris today for this business meeting with Schneider Electric. Velux, Safran coming in March, Novo Nordisk again in March, and Shell Ventures in April. So please stay tuned and look for the open calls within the EIC community. Again, this is a service for our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Okay, Overseas Trade Fairs program. So here what we offer is access to over 15 international trade fairs to our beneficiaries all around, well, within Europe and also outside Europe. And if you show me the next slide, please, Pedro, we will be able to see the upcoming trade fairs. For example, the CES in Las Vegas in January, Arab Health in Dubai. We also go to Mobile World Congress, Middle East Energy, Hanover Messe, and Mayo conference in Boston. What is very important, so how this is organized, we bring 20 companies, and what we offer is a stand within the EIC pavilion at those trade fairs, and we also prepare them to those interactions within the specific markets, and also how to make contacts within the specific trade fairs. And again, we also pre-match them with some business partners. So when they are going there, they already have preset business meetings with potential clients. Next service concerns innovation procurers. So here we have a service for our beneficiaries, similar with the corporate partnership program. We organize matching events between public and private procurers of innovations and our beneficiaries, including one-to-one meeting. And so far we had 65 follow-ups and 11 deals coming of this 13 activities that were organized. Upcoming ones, Las Rosas de Madrid, for example, the municipality, or the European Network of National Competence Centers on Innovation Procurement, or a private procurer, Moravia Steel and Refrasil. And just to show you what kind of value the EIC Business Acceleration services can bring is that well, one thing is the money that you receive within the grant, but also thanks to our connections, the companies can gain further clients and sign some deals. As for example, here is the situation of Sigma Industrial Precision, who is currently within a proof of concept with the hospital group from Portugal, José de Mello, and with a very high possibility of further extension to all hospital facilities of this group. Next one, please. And this is yet another program. This time we want to work with innovation procurers. So the InnoBuyer program that we have, what we want to achieve here is to help innovation procurers to work with startups, and we co-finance actually the piloting activities between them and innovative startups. So we provide funding for identification and description of the challenges, to connect with innovative SMEs, to then co-create a pilot here, a funding up to 65,000 euros, and preparation of a tender up to 15,000 euros. So the idea is really to help innovation procurers in making this step, sometimes very difficult step, of deciding to work with the startups, and we help them how to do it, also connecting them with our beneficiaries. This is mainly through this market consultations that we want all the procurers that will enter this program. We want them to do the market consultation with our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Yet another action in support of the the piloting between our beneficiaries and public and private procurers. So here, this is a CSA call. So we will launch a call to set up an action. It will be a CSA up to 3 million euros. So this is a novelty from the work program 2023. The opening will be in June 2023, and the deadline 7th of November 2023. And what we want to achieve with this action, we want to provide grants of up to 60,000 euros to EIC awardees to carry out proof of concepts or pilot tests on the services of public or private committed buyers. So we will have two types of calls here. So first one is with no predefined thematic area. So EIC awardee this time, so not a procurer, but EIC awardee can apply together with a committed pre-identified buyer of the innovation to receive this grant up to 60,000 euros. And the other approach we want to also pilot within this action is to have predefined challenges from buyers, and the EIC beneficiaries apply with their solution to enter into a pilot or testing activities, and again receive these grants of 60,000 euros. So again, we will be launching this call in June, and we're looking for organizations that with experience with both working with public and private procurers and experience in managing this kind of cascading grants to apply and to help us to develop this action. Next slide, please. Another service that we have for our beneficiaries is coaching, and here we provided two EIC Accelerator applicants, those that receive a go after a first step of the evaluation, so they can receive 3 days of coaching to improve their value proposition, business plan, and investor pitch. Then, of course, Pathfinder researchers, transition teams, and Accelerator also have rights for a 3 days of coaching. We start with 3 days, but more can be accessed further on and if necessary. Next slide, please. EIC Tech to Market services. So this is again a new service that will be kicked off as of January 2023. Here we have 2 strands of activities. First one is about entrepreneurial programs. This is a service available for Pathfinder and transition teams. What we want to achieve is the introduction on entrepreneurship for deep tech researchers. Yes. The second type of services here available is deep tech entrepreneurship courses and market validation activities. So this is what we call this entrepreneurial program, and again it will be available as of early 2023. And next slide, please. Under the tech to market services, we have the second strand of activities around venture building. Yes. So what we want to offer here is support services towards spin-off startup creation through proactive management. Again, this is a service for our Pathfinder and transition teams. And what it consists on is about exploration and feasibility. So we want to make first validation workshops, networking thematic events with market actors, and feedback on market strengths and gap, and feasibility assessment, which will include here tech due diligence to assess IPR, tech, business opportunity and teams, and define strategy to maximize market potential. And second, let's say, strand of services here is about team creation, onboarding of new team members. So we want to support you in recruitment for recruitment of the funding team. So here who can come is again Pathfinder or transitions team that maybe have a technical team already in place, but not necessarily a business team, and we can help you to actually find a suitable CEO or CFO. And we also have a program here, Entrepreneurs in Residence, where we actually will cover the costs of such a CEO during a certain amount of time for the selected teams, and with a clear KPI of let's say creating a company or gathering a first round of funding. And then other on-demand services on business intelligence, human capital development, finance, venture creation support, technology transfer, regulation, certification, standardizations, and branding. So again, this is a new thing coming in 2023. Next slide. EIC Scale Up 100, again coming in the second quarter of 2023. What we want to achieve here is to support 100 deep tech companies, half from the EIC portfolios and half from beyond. So we're looking for, let's say, the most promising companies with the highest potential to grow. the ambition is to create the unicorns, yes. The expected impact of this action is to 20 companies on the sustainable path to really reach a unicorn status. And we want to support 100 companies that will be positioned as successful, fast-growing, and sustainable future global leaders. What kind of supports will be provided? Increased funding, so different investment readiness activities, access to equity and venture debt, VCs, other investors, business development through internationalization, so different types of soft lending services in the desired markets, as well as mentoring and coaching, network expansion through matchmaking and peer learning, and overall promotion of the supported companies. Next slide. What we also offer is the Women Leadership Program for both women entrepreneurs within the companies supported by EIC, but also from the Women Tech EU program, but also for the researchers with an ambition to become leaders, business leaders. And how do we support them? We offer mentoring, business coaching, and joint trainings, as well as networking opportunities. And very important, the third cohort of this program will be launched in spring 2023. Next slide. And so we're getting to the end. In fact, all the services for the EIC beneficiaries are available through the EIC community platform, which is an online space through which our beneficiaries can network, can access all EIC business acceleration services, can create personal and company profiles. This is very important that the profiles are detailed enough, because it's based on this that they receive notifications about the new open call, and of course we want them to receive information that is targeted and of interest. We also have a challenge platform here where we put challenges from our partners, procurers and corporates. And the companies can also promote other interesting events to the EIC community. And next slide. So how to access the EIC community platform? So it's very easy to find through just enough to put EIC community bus in the search engine and to find it on our website. So for those that are already members, they log in with the ECAS login credentials, the same that is used for the application to the EIC. And then once one person from the company or from the research projects is in, they can put in other members that can also access the platform. And I think this is my last slide. Yes, so thank you very much, and let's open the question and answer session.
Very well, thank you. Thank you, Agnieszka. Very well, we can start with the first one. How does the matchmaking work between the applicants and the business acceleration service providers? How does it work?
Yes, so maybe I will repeat, that's very important. So for the applicants, the only service we have is the coaching service. So we offer 3 days of coaching for the applicants. All other services that I described are for the beneficiaries. So either beneficiaries or Seal of Excellence holders as of Horizon Europe.
Very
So
well.
maybe just to describe how does it work, the matching between the applicants and the coaching. I think this is important. So basically, this is all done through the application platform to the EIC Accelerator. When you pass a first step, you receive a go decision and invitation to prepare your full proposal. There will be also a button there in the platform where you can request a coach. And through this, we have a coach matching tool. You put 3-4 parameters that are important for you. So a little bit of your development stage. For example, what is the market that you are targeting, your sector, and our tool will match you with some coaches, and you will receive, let's say, the highest matches of 5 coaches, and you're invited to make a call with them, and we call it a chemistry call. So to see with which coach you want to work, and then your collaboration is starting.
Thank you. Very well. If we can move to the second one, how does the stage 2 EIC Accelerator applicant access the 3 days of coaching? So
Just described, yes.
already said right now. How do you select the BOSS partners? Very good question.
Yes, so I guess this question relates to this ecosystem partnership program that that we are running. So we look at the track record of the partner. The idea is really to connect with the excellent service providers existing there in Europe. So we look at the track records. So who are the companies coming out of the acceleration programs, or yes, how they are rated in different rankings. We look at this type of let's say objective excellence indicators. And we also look at the excellence of their service offer. Yes, how this is matching the needs of our beneficiaries. And by the way, the needs analysis of our beneficiaries is available on the website for the partners to have a look. So we want that this match what our beneficiaries needs. And that's basically the main two selection criteria. What we also try to do is to have a coherent set of services. So we want to cover different types of services needed by our beneficiaries, from matchmaking to venture building. But and we also want to have a kind of a geographical cohesion, so different regions in Europe covered as well.
Very well.
And sectors.
Very well, thank you. Matchmaking. When, how do corporate affairs or procurers apply? What is the frequency of their application?
Yes, so here we have a constantly open call for expression of interest on our website for the corporates and for the public and private procurers. So at any time they can fill in again a very short expression of interest. And we don't have particular cutoffs here. We just come look at them when they come, and voila, you will receive a reply. On the website, you can see also some criteria regarding especially corporate platforms. So we set up some criteria regarding the involvement with startups. So a little bit on the experience of already working with startup community, having open innovation strategy, an open innovation budget available, because we know that then with such a partners we can have a highest impact. As for the trade fairs, we don't have here like a particular application. So basically, again, we do a needs analysis of our beneficiaries, and having in mind this plus the sectors they represent, we try to select the trade fairs that are the most impactful in those sectors. The biggest one, the most innovation oriented or deep tech oriented, so the most suitable for our beneficiaries.
Very well, thank you. So EIC BOSS, can a business coach also work as a proposal writer?
Yes, so what we want to avoid and is to not to have, you cannot be a coach and a consultant. We don't allow consultants as coaches. the role of the coach, especially in the application process within the EIC Accelerator, is not to write a proposal, but its role is to really help companies to strengthen their business case. So like in other coaches, what we provide to our beneficiaries is the same. The coach is there to strengthen the business case, help to strengthen the business model, see or depending on the current weakness of the companies, work on their finances, or their partnerships, or a business concept. So the role of the coach is not to be to write the proposal in this case. Yeah.
Very well. We have a three-part question next. As Seal of Excellence holder, 1, how can I approach VCs? 2, how can I get coaching? And 3, how should I contact in order to get support? Who should I contact in order to get support? How to make most of BAS services?
Yeah. So regarding, as I said, Seal of Excellence from Horizon Europe can have access to the business acceleration services. And we are actually now in the process of putting Seal of Excellence from Horizon Europe within the EIC community platform. So this should be solved very soon. And once this is done, you will receive a notification. We have your data. We have your an email address of the main contract. So you will receive the notifications from the platform. Oh, you are now a member and you can access business acceleration services, and then everything that is in the platform you can basically apply. And how it will be with the coaching, we haven't set up yet the exact process for the Seal of Excellence to apply for the coachings. It's kind of similar with the community. We need to put you in our system, and then probably there will be a notification triggered from this system for you to say, okay, now you can access the coach matching tool. So I know that our IT are working on this, and this should come pretty soon. But I also advise to maybe contact with your national contact point in case you have any questions or any doubts. They are the ones that are most, let's say, updated about this process. I think that also once, we will put all the Seal of Excellence in the community and coach matching tool, we will also communicate about it. Yeah, I think there won't be a possibility that you will miss this information.
Very well, thank you. Do the companies have to apply to OTF, or are they invited by EIC? How does the process work?
No, it's again an open call for applications from our beneficiaries. You apply, again, very simple application. You need to show why this trade fairs, this particular one, is important for your business. Basically we have then an evaluation by experts. And if you pass the evaluation, you're in and you can join the European Pavilion.
Right.
One important information about OTF is to add maybe is that the open call is published more or less 6 months in advance before the trade fair, because it really takes a lot of time, the preparations, especially for ones that are happening outside Europe. It's about, organization of the stand, etc. Both for us and for you, we want to make it very well prepared. Yeah, if you want to participate in Bio in June 2023, the application will be coming in the beginning of 2023.
Very well. Give enough time for everybody to prepare. Where do we register for Tech to Market as coach trainer?
Yes, so this is a new service that we actually have an external contractor here that was recently selected. So we would need to see regarding this this particular part. So how does it will look for external coaches or trainers to team up? Indeed, we want to make it open for expertise from outside. So it's not only that the contractor will provide all the expertise. No, we want to have expertise coming from the external experts. But at this particular moment in time, I cannot tell. I don't know yet what will be exactly the process for this. So please stay tuned. We soon will be publishing on our website or informations about regarding this services, so also how to team up with tech to market activities.
Perfect. Is it possible to apply to tech to market activities if startup has not been created yet?
Yes, definitely. Especially that, in fact, that's the whole point of the tech to market activities. We want to create startups out of our portfolio from Transition and Pathfinder. And these activities, these tech to market activities, are venture building activities. We help you to build a company. So yes.
Very much yes. Very well. The next one, EIC Community Platform. Do grantees have to apply themselves, or are they automatically signed in by the EIC?
Yeah. So once you get a grant, you are put in the platform. Similarly, what I explained now with the Seal of Excellence, we put you in the platform and you receive a notification to fill in your profile and also assign other members within your company or within your projects that can access the community.
Very well. Is 5 the maximum number of projects a coach can support in the EIC Accelerator, Pathfinder, and Transition programs?
No, we don't have a limit in terms of number of projects, but we have a limit in terms of total amount of contracts that a coach can have within the EIC. And this is basically the same rule as for all the experts within the Horizon Europe. I don't have the amount now in mind. I think it's around 90,000 euros in total during the 4 years. During 4 years or the whole duration of Horizon Europe. I don't remember in this moment, but there is a limit in terms of a total amount that a coach can gain through the contracts.
Very well. Next question, how can EIC help advise or mentor startups to find the best solution to startup need? In our case, we have a sudden cash out and need help to make the bridge.
So have advice, mentor startups to find the best solution to startup need. And sudden make the bridge. Yeah, listen. So I think there are different way in letting us know what is your current problem. Yes. So first of all, there is a coach. So the coach is there also to advise you on this how to help with your current issues. Another way is through your project officer or program manager if you're within their portfolio. And this is why also we will have this online catalog so that you can search and look whether there are any services that could help you with a particular need. Again, this will be opening in January 2023. Yeah, this is basically for us a way of filling in different needs that the startups might come throughout their development.
Exactly, very well.
Mm-hmm.
Next one, are BAS services accessible also for projects non-funded by the EIC? So we've tackled this a bit, but maybe you like to
yes,
go back
again,
to it.
it's for I think I described well different groups. So it's EIC beneficiaries, Horizon Europe Seal of Excellence, Women Tech EU, and applicants. But for applicants, we only offer the 3 days of coaching.
Exactly, very well. Next question, can a non-EU, specifically China headquartered corporate become partner in the corporate partnership program?
No, So far, we had a very clear preference to team up with European corporates.
Very clear. What is the link to the online application to become Innovation Acceleration Ecosystem Partners? Deadline is tomorrow, December 14. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't know, Pedro, whether there is any way we can put the link.
We can try. I mean, we will put the presentation up for sure on the website on the dedicated page. We can try to put some link specific for this part. But if you go to the EIC website to the acceleration services part, business acceleration services,
it's there as
you
well.
will find it. Yeah, you will find it.
You need to put. Yeah, you need to put EIC ecosystem partners, and you will find the link to call.
Maybe it's the easiest and more quicker way.
Yeah.
The last question, how to become an EIC Innovation Acceleration coach.
Yes, how to become a coach. So here again, I invite you to go to our website and put EIC Business Acceleration Services coaching, and we have a whole procedure there. Basically, we ask you to fill in an application form. That we look at the new application more or less once per year, and we will be looking at it beginning of next year. So it's a time maybe to apply now to become a coach. You also need to register in a general Horizon 2020 database of experts. So this is more linked with the financial and contractual part. But for your profile, this is the link that you will find on the EIC platform or the EIC website.
Very well. Thank you very much, Agnieszka. Well, this couldn't have gone better if planned. So exactly at the right time, we managed to cover all questions. So thank you again, Agnieszka, for being here with us. Very clear presentation. We can move now to the last presentation on the Info Day, which is
thank you, Pedro.
Yes, thank you, Agnieszka.
Bye-bye.
On the Access2EIC partnership that the EIC has with the NCPs, so the National Contact Points. And I would like to ask Valentina Fioroni to please continue with the presentation, start the presentation. Thank you so much for being with us, Valentina. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Valentina Fioroni, and I'm the national contact point for EIC here in Italy, but I'm also the coordinator of Access2EIC network. For me, it's a pleasure to present to you Access2EIC, which I suppose that can help you and can guide you to the EIC application process. Before start my presentation, I would like to remind you to use a Slido for further questions that you may have for this presentation. And also I would like to remind you that in a few minutes we'll also open a poll in Slido that we ask you kindly to fill in. Because you can give us your feedback that we can also use can also help us to improve future info days. So thank you to do that. I would like to start my presentation regarding Access2EIC network. And I would like to focus on what is Access2EIC, who we are, what we do, and how you as applicant or potential applicant can benefit from our services. I would like, next slide, please. I would like to start the presentation presenting Access2EIC. That is a network supporting the activities of national contact point in EIC. The main goals of our network is to improve the skills of national contact point across Europe, to simplify the access to EIC calls, lower the entry barriers for newcomers, and raise the average quality of proposal with particular attention to women entrepreneurs and also applicants based in widening country. We also identify and share good practices among us with the aim to share success story with all the applicants so that you can also learn from the previous successful experience. Next slide, please. Access2EIC is a 7-year project built on the experience of our 2 previous projects that APRE also have the pleasure to coordinate in previous years. Our activities started in February this year and will cover all the Horizon Europe period until 2028. Next slide, please. Access2EIC is coordinated by APRE, that is the Agency for the Promotion of the European Research in Italy, and that I represent here, and is a network of 16 partners hosting EIC NCPs in other countries. And we have the same purpose to support national applicants and raise the quality of application submitted in EIC during this 7-year of program. Next slide. Our objective are to improve national contact point capacity and provide systematic knowledge to potential applicants across different EIC calls. We also identify and share good practices, and we take the best from success factor in EIC Pathfinder, Transition, and Accelerator proposal based on the experience of previous funded projects. We identify synergy between EIC and other complementary instruments on network and other knowledge community to develop a case study and also to develop tools that could be useful for our applicant. We identify most relevant new generation financial instruments that could be also a complement instrument to the EIC calls. We also have a specific information and communication and dissemination activities so that we can share our activities and our services with all the research and innovation community. To next slide. Okay. Our activities have also an impact on research and innovation community, in particular an improved and professionalization of NCPs across Europe can help simplify access to EIC calls, in particular for potential applicants with less experience and based in a country with low participation. An impact also in availability of more effective tools for EIC potential applicants and also for newcomers. Impact on further developing to the role of NCP to create a new European innovation ecosystem, and also an impact to maximize the synergy between EIC company, innovators, and other financial instruments. Next slide, please. To develop our services, to potential applicant, we need to be trained on the novelties of EIC instrument that we can transfer to the beneficiary. We need to elaborate best practices to develop tools useful for new applicants. And we need to find synergy within Horizon Europe and other national or regional scheme to develop a cohesive European innovation ecosystem. And also we need to create a target communication strategy to raise the awareness on the EIC program and increase the participation in EIC goals. Next slide, please. Our targets are, of course, the NCPs, EIC NCPs, not only the one in our network, but also NCPs all around Europe. And what is important for you is that our targets are also applicant and potential applicant. And I mean research organization, small and medium enterprises, university, innovators, and also women entrepreneurs. To maximize the impact, we have a strong collaboration with multipliers that represent other structures who provide similar and complementary services to us. We share with them the goal to assist and provide services to increase the capacity and the competitiveness of our applicants. Like other multipliers are for us other NCP networks, also innovation agency and Chamber of Commerce. We have a specific collaboration also with key stakeholders that are directly involved in the design of and in implementation on financial opportunities, like the European Commission, the EIC Advisory Board, the EISMEA agency, and also the EIC program manager that manage the challenges in the EIC program. Next slide, please. We have a range of activities from which you can directly and indirectly benefit. Our activities are related to trainings, toolbox. We also create synergies with other relevant stakeholders and investigate on the opportunity of new financial instruments. To enter more in details about our activities that can be of your interest, in next slide we can see how we work. With trainings, we increase the competencies and qualities of NCPs. We identify and share good practices. So for your benefit, we also develop tools and a set of other measures that can help applicant in EIC Pathfinder transition and acceleration process. We have a lot of synergies between EIC and other Horizon Europe stakeholders. And we also foster the use of financial instruments. Our expected results is what we are going to produce with our network and can be useful for you. We will develop training materials and organize training for NCP to improve their skills and to better support you in your EIC application. Most relevant for you maybe will be the development of tools useful for you to better understand how to write successful proposal in the 3 EIC instruments. We offer tools across all the different schemes of EIC. For example, for the EIC Accelerator, we are going to work and develop some tools on, for example, pitch deck presentation with tips and tricks for applicants to better guide you in the application of the short and full proposal. And we also are working to develop a kind of annotated template for full application. We are going to produce fact sheet guides and also for EIC Pathfinder and for Transition, thanks to the interaction that we may have with evaluators and jury members. We also will provide guide on financial instruments to investigate on all the opportunities to co-invest. And we also do these activities in our previous projects, so you can also find some useful tools in our website that we produce for Pathfinder and for Transition in our previous experience. Going to the conclusion of my presentation, you can find all the information about our services in our websites. You can also download the main tools we are going to deliver in the next near future. And you can contact us, me as coordinator at Access2EIC@apre.it. I can give you more information about our activities, on how you can contact your national contact point and what services we can provide to you. And also I invite you to follow us in our social network, LinkedIn and Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. It was a great presentation. We cannot stress enough how much the National Contact Point project Access2EIC is helpful for the EIC. You are the first defenders, the first line with help to the applicants in any of the 3 major schemes and also in the business acceleration services. So thank you very much for being here and for giving this very useful presentation to everybody. So it's time now to wrap up. I hope it's been a very informative day. It's been a very long day, but I hope you've managed to get all the information that you need. And if not, please do let us know. Continue to send us your questions, your remarks, and we hope to see you soon, and have a great rest of the year and Christmas holiday break. Thank you, everybody. See you sometime.